to Red Oak. Aaron West along with Eli Bells. And wrestling taking place, introductions being made. So, Eli, you anticipate some good, exciting, edge of your seat kind of wrestling here tonight.
You know, I really do think that. I especially, you know, it's really intriguing too to see. I think one of the best ones of the night definitely going to be Red Oak with Shan and the Glenwood Lewis Central duel. And you know, it's interesting when you get with these quads, because usually when you're going to go travel somewhere, you're just playing against that one team, and then when you get in a quad like this in wrestling, you've got to be able to prepare for at least 3 kids that you're going to be able to wrestle that night, and that's what's going to be really exciting too as well. And after seeing Lewis Central and Shenandoah, you know, Red Oak and Glenwood have kind of had now that tradition in wrestling that's been going on, and Lewis Central was down there for a little bit, Shenandoah was down for a little bit, and then they've had this huge resurgence, and they've got some really good kids all the way across the board tonight here at this duel.
Should be good, and we're going to be underway here in just a few minutes. Again, player introductions being made, and then it is also, we have youth recognition night as well, and it's senior night on top of that. So,
absolutely,
boy, there's a lot going on. And so when we get into the senior night, we'll talk about that a little more as we get into it. But we're going to have it here on KCSI. You can go over to our YouTube channel or to our website, which is what I typically go to, our website, kcsifm.com. You can check it out there. You can watch it there, and we'll have it through the evening hours here. So should be a lot of fun. And we're going to take a break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Red Oak. Player introduction still being made. Girls and boys. Girls are being introduced at the moment. So we are going to step away for our national anthem. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Red Oak. Aaron West along with Eli Bells. Eli, we also put a headset on Mr. Lorenz down there.
Absolutely.
So Mr. Lorenz, he's a wrestling coach.
There we go.
Did you know that? Yeah.
No, I did not know that. He was talking about the singlets, our number system that we've been talking about.
I still think that's the best idea is to have a number on the singlets because there's so much gamesmanship that goes on in wrestling.
It would help me out a lot, too, because I think I keep one ear open almost all the time, making sure I've got the right kids. But
so if you're watching this, we're going to call the Red Oak matches here on KCSI and online. We're going to have occasionally we'll hop over. We're going to be on the black mat through the evening, but occasionally when there's time and when it works, we're going to hop over to the orange mat and catch those matches where we can. But we're going to focus on the mat where Red Oak is at. That's where we're going to start, and that's where we're going to get it. Where we're going to start here, 285, Eli?
You got Drake Boothie of Glenwood and Hayden Jones. You got Jones and Boothie. I've known this Boothie kid for a while now, and the way he's transformed his body is pretty unbelievable. And just being a sophomore, rated 8th in the state at heavyweight, and again, it kind of stinks for Nolan Perrin too as well, being hurt at heavyweight. But now you got Hayden Jones that can be able to step up to the plate and be able to go.
Oh. So
I thought he was giving us a thumbs up for a minute. I'm like, yeah, we've been ready.
We're ready to rock. Let her rip.
Yep. He'll call her tie on the left side here for Boothie. He goes to his underhook. Coming in on the left side, comes around the back. Hayden Jones trying to get out front with a headlock, but Boothie does the smart thing, gets himself caught out in front, gets himself a takedown here for 3, comes underneath, going for the butcher. Hayden trying to be able to base his way down. Boothie does a good job keeping the hips down to the mat, knowing he's got plenty of time on the clock. He's going to get at least his swipes here on the edge of the mat. Going to let Hayden roll through here, and they're going to go out of bounds and restart at the center. It's going to be a 7-0 start here. Boothie's now going to let Jones up, go neutral. Going to be 7-1 here. Minute 30 left here in this 285 bout. Again, a collar tie. Boothie does a good job with a heavy collar tie. Usually gets into his underhooks pretty quick too as well. Jones got to be able to get onto his overs. A nice slide by to a single back down to the mat. Boothie gets himself another takedown for 3 and leads now here 10-2 with 1:10 left in this first period. Goes back to another throw by, brings Jones back down to the mat. Another takedown for 3, 13-2 our score. Boothie just pretty impressive here, just a sophomore, and then goes again for the Butcher. Jones trying to be able to belly down here. Boothie does a good job with his weight pressuring on forward and gets himself the fall for Glenwood. It's going to be 6-0 Glenwood to start off this duel.
That was at 285. Like Eli said, Glenwood comes out on top 6-0.
And it looks like Glenwood's probably going to be open at 106. And then we'll have a couple opens down the way too as well, all the way through 26.
So we're going to roll through a couple of these pretty quickly here.
Yep, so it looks like Red Oak's going to be open from 13 to 26. I think the next up would be Dayton Gussman. Red Oak at 32. And I'm going to guess he's going up against Mark Reed of Glenwood. They'll send the 3 over. But again, great night here for wrestling down in Red Oak. Great quad that we'll have going on here. It's also nice to see to be able to get some girls some wrestling too as well. The more the dual scene has been the approach now, especially that I've seen a lot this year for girls be able to get some more mat time on the mat. And before you know it, I mean, less than a month, it's going to be down here for regionals to get a trip to state.
We're going to have regionals here.
Yeah.
We are.
In Red Oak, right, Mr. Lorenz?
Yeah, we're excited about that. We were asked to host the 1A girls regional tournament on January 31st. We've been busy making preparations, upgrading our sound system, doing everything we can to host a good event, so we're looking forward to it.
You're going to have 2 gyms going, both the orange and the black gym.
Absolutely, and it's good to see. I think now it changes the top 2. Used to be top 4 that go to state, but now with going to 2 classes, going to be top 2 that will move on to the state tournament. But we're going to get going here.
Here we go.
At 132, Dayton Gussman of Red Oak and Mark Reed of Glenwood. Gussman, again, a guy that I've been impressed with for a long time from last season to this season, and be able to see the improvement he's made. We'll see if that correlates down to the mat, usually how it has been. Collar tie on the right side here for Reed. Bringing pressure in forward here, trying to go for a slide by. Then is Reed. Collar tie against both, just feeling each other out with just starting things off. Oh, there's the delivery. Oh, my goodness. This is what I've been waiting for. Thank you, Melanie. Jeez, I don't need.
So there you go.
I better get back to the wrestling now. I think I got a little too excited, but
supper time, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. Shot attempt here coming from Gussman. Reed again does a great job down blocking that. 1:25 left here in this first period. Goes for a low outside single, shooting from a distance. Pretty impressive there, low in the elevation, trying to be able to work his way around. Gussman bringing the pressure, needs to be able to catch onto that other leg, try to pop out the side. Nothing rewarded yet. Mark Reed doing a good job trying to hang onto this leg. Crossface comes along, and Gussman's able to get himself a takedown for 3. Nice far shot, too, as well for Gussman from a distance. Able to shoot himself out and gets himself that takedown with a minute left. 55 seconds left here. 3-0 is our lead. Now going for a cheap tilt, looking as Gussman to try to get this roll through. Reed trying to be able to hand fight. Now both legs get thrown in here. Flattens Reed back down on the mat. Doing a good job keeping the hip pressure forward. That's where he's got to be a little careful, though. Don't want to be able to get caught too high with this 3-0 lead. Comes again with a chop and jam with the arm. Maybe looking to be able to roll through or bring this back for a cheap tilt. There's going to be no swipes just yet. Still has him about halfway. 25 seconds left here in this first. Arm bar now locked in. Going to look like it's going to be a potentially dangerous for the headgear, and they're going to go back to the center. 24 seconds left here in this first. 3-0, Gussman leads. Off the whistle here, Reed tries to be able to get up to his feet. Gussman does a nice job going now to this crotch lift that he does. Now trying to be able to get some swipes. Going to get at least maybe close to getting to. At least got one. Reed does a good job trying to be able to fight off his back here. Gussman trying to take advantage of Reed looking into it here and trying to lock up this cradle with 5 seconds. Going to get at least 2 swipes out of that. Even 3. Nice job there from Gussman to be able to get 3 quick swipes. Going to get 3 near fall. And that's a great thing, too, with high school wrestling. Each swipe counts as 1. So you get 2, you get your 3, and all of a sudden you get up to your 4. Makes this match a little bit different. 6-0 the lead. Reed's choice. Reed's going to defer. Gussman will choose neutral. Again, Gusman stays in the center circle. Reed trying to be able to pressure in forward. Collar tie on the right side. Shot attempt from Reed. Gusman maybe looking for a reshot. Goes out of it and stays on his feet. 15 seconds ticked off the clock here in the second period. Gusman leads 6-0. Collar tie again to an underhook on the left side. Pressuring in here is Gusman. Now they're both tied in ear to ear. Would like to see another shot. Nice shot. Just a little too far for Gusman. Does a good job catching back on this leg. Spladle attempt here looking for Reed, but Gusman does a good job of staying patient. You know, a lot of times you'd see some wrestlers that if this Spladle's coming in, they might be able to panic a little bit and bail out of what they were doing, but Gusman does a great job staying inside, staying tight, gets himself another takedown, leads here 9-0 with 1:10 left here in the second. Pressuring again forward here. I'd like to see Gusman, you know, maybe get off from a hip, work side to side a little bit, try to get some turns, and they're going to go out of bounds. 59 seconds left here. 9-0 is the lead.
Gusman seems to have pretty much been in control, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely.
He leads 9-0, so that would indicate that as well. So,
and you know, and Reed too, to his credit, he's had some attempts to be able to try to defend off these shots, but it just shows that Gusman's improvement has really helped him throughout this season, and that's why he leads here 9-0 with 40 seconds left here in this second period. And again, now coming to a half on the right side, trying to flatten out Reed, looking for some wrist. Does a good job here now getting off to his side, looking for a head lever. Riding tough, riding on his toes. That's what you always like to see, too. He's not riding lazy, riding on his toes. Then throws the legs in, trying to cross this up, get himself in on this half. There comes the crossface, trying to be able to get some swipes here. Needs to lean back just a little bit more, put his chest down on the mat. Going to keep this armbar. Nothing rewarded yet. Reeds finds a way to get out of it. 13 seconds left here, 9-0. Still the lead. Gusman does a good job, you know, throwing in his legs when he needs to. He's not solely reliant on throwing in these legs, but when Reed builds back up his base, he does a good job of throwing in the legs, flattens Reed back out, and now gets to have his choice here going into third. Excuse me, it's going to be Reed's choice going to the third. 9-0, and he's going to choose neutral. Gusman shoots right off the whistle. Reed does a good job bringing his hips back. Gusman trying to be able to hang on to the right side. Reed with a front-handed arm trying to be able to bounce ahead and throws a cow catcher and gets Gusman caught onto his back. But again, the patience with Gusman, though, he's able to continue to circle. Now he's in a great position here. Just needs to stay in on this bow and arrow cradle and pop his head out the side and ends up to work his way up top. Nice job from Gusman to be able to stay patient, not lose control, and there's going to be nothing that gets out of it. It's going to get the escape for one, takedown for Reed. 10-3 is now the lead.
All right.
And that's what gets exciting, you know. Until that clock strikes 0, you're always in the match. Reed went for it. The opportunity was there for the cow catcher, and Gusman's able to stay patient. Another front head and arm situation. Gusman needs to keep his arms in tight here because obviously Reed really needs a feet to back to stay in this match, and nothing rewarded yet. Actually, there's going to be the takedown for 3 again, but Gusman's able to get himself on the roll through. It lands himself on top. Pin here would be huge for Gusman and Red Oak. 50 seconds left here, 12-6 our score. And right there, Gusman's able to get the fall. You know, a match like that, just roly-poly back and forth, especially down towards the end, but credit to Reed too as well. He had to go for the big stuff, but Gusman does a good job staying patient, keeping his hips down on the mat and keeping his head up high, and typically the higher head wins in that situation, and he did right there.
Glenwood leads overall 24-6, but Gusman won there at 132. Over on the orange mat, 285 just wrapped up, I think, on that mat. Here we go.
And we're going to go now into 138. Carson Van Scoy of Red Oak is going to be going up against Connor Ware of Glenwood at 138.
Ware a junior. And Carson Van Scoy is a sophomore.
Looking like
you're we have a little
maybe
technical issue here, or what do we have?
Checking on track. I think that's a good time for me to take a bite of my pizza here.
There you go, take a bite. We're going to hop over to the orange mat here just for a second as we wait for this to happen. And there you go. Or I said we were going to go hop over to. There we go. Let's try that. There, over on the orange mat, you can see that is still underway. They're at 106 on the orange mat. Glenwood leads 24-12. We're at 138. I think working out some stuff there with wrestling and some software to get underway here. So
yeah, it looks like track wrestling maybe just went down again, and that's the one thing, required by the state. You got to be able to use track wrestling.
Yep.
But again, over Lewis Central and Shenandoah at this 106, about 3-1. Lewis Central leads over the wrestler from Shenandoah. Both of them Shenandoah has a front head and arm position here. Almost looking like he's got double unders. Can kind of just step through and throw this, but they're going to call a stalemate and go back to the center. And again, we're here with Red Oak and Glenwood in this first duel on the schedule. That's going to happen here for tonight. You'll have the boys. Red Oak will be on the black mat all night. Red Oak versus Glenwood, and on the orange mat, Lewis Central versus Shenandoah. Then the girls, Glenwood versus Shenandoah, will be on the black mat, and then we'll have youth wrestling recognition night after round one, which is always cool to see.
Yep.
And then we'll go to round two on the black mat, Red Oak versus Lewis Central. On the orange mat, Glenwood versus Shenandoah. And for the girls, Red Oak will face Glenwood. And then you'll have a senior recognition after that, after round two. And then round three on the black mat, you'll have Red Oak versus Shenandoah. Glenwood versus Lewis Central on the orange mat. And then the girls will have Red Oak versus Shenandoah going into round three.
So if you're in your car in the area, hop in your car, come down, park in the south parking lot, come by the Big Tiger Head, walk in, grab a hot dog, some pizza, then come in and watch some wrestling. That's what you need to do.
Absolutely. And it looks like things got figured out. We're going to get things started at 1:38. Connor Ware of Glenwood and Carson Van Scoy of Red Oak.
Here we go.
Collar tie on the right side here for Ware. Now trying to work onto a wrist to go down to a slide by, trying to be able to hook his leg in on the inside. Gets himself now a takedown for three. Ware does a good job now throwing in the legs. Van Scoy trying to be able to work his way and try to get his hips out and fight off the legs. Does a good job now trying to build his base back up. But Ware does a good job now throwing in the legs, hooking on this low ankle on the left side. Now has a half in, trying to pull into this wrist. Van Scoy needs to keep his head off the mat, build this base back up. Does a good job fighting hands. Minute 25 left here. Ware of Glenwood leads 3-0 over Van Scoy. Rolling in a wrist again here. Now picking up on an ankle on the right side is Ware. Now trying to be able to bump his hips. Van Scoy doing a good job getting hand control here, but needs to be able to fight hands while he's working up to his feet. Now as he's fighting hands, Ware gets himself onto a tight waist. Now a cross face from Ware, works back. Van Scoy trying to be able to fend this off. Now onto a 2-on-1, looking for a ball and chain tilt. Out from the ball and chain, Ware then goes to the cradle, has this locked up. Puts Van Scoy onto his back. Van Scoy trying to be able to fight this off. Does a good job trying to be able to create that separation that he needs. Ware trying to now put his knee into the side. Van Scoy trying to be able to fight this off here. 35 seconds left in the first. And now Ware trying to be able to get this flat. And there's going to be the fall for Ware.
That was in the first period. So 30-12 is our score. We'll move along now to 144.
Yep, 144. Looks like it's going to be Owen Peverall of Glenwood.
And Sandholm. I see Sandholm coming over.
Yeah, it's good to see. First action I've seen of Sandholm of the year here tonight. Always good to see. Keeps himself healthy and be able to move on to the rest of this season.
Here we go. We're in a pretty big knee brace, I'll note, on the right side, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the knee he struggled a little bit with. So,
and I don't know if he's going back down to 38 or he's going to stay at 44. But right now, going 44-9 up against Owen Peverall. Underhook here on the left side for Sandholm. Trying to be able to fight these hands off, staying at the center. Now goes to a collar tie to an underhook. 10 seconds only ticked off this clock. A lot of pressure in forward coming from Sandholm. Peverall trying to be able to circle back in on the mat. Sandholm now with a front head and arm position. Now looking to be able to torque this onto a cow catcher. Needs to bring the hips in just a tad bit tighter. And there he does. Puts Peverall onto his back. Now trying to be able to sink this in and get the fall. And right there is Sandholm. Typically good to see that out of Sandholm here. Nice job. Just stays patient. Goes front head and arm. Goes to a cow catcher. Is able to get the quick fall for Red Oak and bring this thing back to 30-18.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, Eli, he had that in deep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Looked extremely uncomfortable, and he had that thing sucked up tight.
Yes, there's nothing getting out of that cow catcher right there.
Sandholm makes quick work of that one. Pretty excited one over here at 106.
Yeah, especially with a 14-5 lead, looking for the fall, and Shenandoah looks to pick up the upset. Being like I just said, the match isn't over until it's over. Minute 15 left over there. The Lewis Central wrestler was up 14-5, and he's able to get the fall, and that's huge. 6 points there for Shenandoah.
So here we go.
And we're going to go on now to Jackson Erickson of Glenwood at 150. Red Oak will be open. And then at 157, we'll have Jackson Purdue.
Yep.
And Reese Fauble of Glenwood.
I think so.
I think so.
I think maybe he's getting some equipment up here and he's in the stands over here.
Oh, geez.
Getting some.
Might need to put a singlet on.
I think he's literally putting his singlet on, I do believe.
I mean, maybe.
Hey, there's nothing like being prepared, gentlemen.
Hey, absolutely. And Fauble was a state qualifier as a freshman for Glenwood. Fauble, I think now is a sophomore, sophomore or junior, but I know he was a state qualifier for last year or maybe the year before. I swear he's older than that. Maybe I'm wrong. But, anyways, Fauble, a very good wrestler for Glenwood, going to be going up against Jackson Purdue. I can see this being a great match here.
He is definitely relaxed.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I'd be freaking out if I had to get my singlet going on.
I don't know
right
if he
there.
had an issue or something and that was a last-minute deal or what happened. But here we go, ready to go.
Might just be. Maybe one of those things where mom and dad had to bring this over.
I don't know.
But a collar tie here on the right side for Fauble. Goes for a nice shot fake. Purdue getting an underhook here on the left side here, pressuring in, still staying at the center of the mat. Collar tie again here for Purdue. Now going on a 2-on-1 shot attempt here from Fauble, still staying at the center. 15 seconds ticked off the clock here in the first. Underhook here on the left side for Fauble. Now tries to go for this slide by. Purdue tries to stay up onto his feet. Over underhook situation here. Now trying to be able to go for the dresser, and a nice shot there from Fauble. Gets himself the takedown for 3. And now leads here 3-0. Going to a crossface now, maybe looking for a Turk here on the edge of the mat, and they're going to head back to the center. Minute 18 here left in this first period. Fauble of Glenwood leads over Purdue 3-0. Purdue will get sent. Fauble now will cover. Chop and jam here on the left side. Now going to a crossface, maybe looking to get himself in on a cradle. Now goes back to a chop and jam. Riding tough on top. Purdue trying to be able to hand fight down on bottom. Doesn't need to look into that. Base is back up. Fauble now with a wrist on the left side. Looking to bring pressure in forward. Purdue's got to be able to build his base back up and try to be able to get himself this escape. Again, another trying to pry this arm out on the right side here. Pins this on the back of Purdue. This is always what's tough here. Working out in front, especially not with your arm. It's an uncomfortable spot for sure, but Purdue's able to get it back, and Fauble now going to work again.
35 seconds remaining in the first, Eli.
Yeah, and again, Purdue's got to be able to continue to hand fight, but as he's hand fight, three-quarter Nelson attempt here coming from Fauble, and he's had it locked up there, and now tries to be able to go back for it, and it's tight.
There it is.
That's I say that's almost a near impossible move to get out of when you get that three-quarter Nelson. You got to have some incredible arm strength and some neck strength to be able to withstand that. And Fauble's able to slip that leg in, get the three-quarter Nelson, and gets himself the fall for Glenwood.
Nice job by Fauble. Yeah,
Eli, these Glenwood kids are very well coached.
Yeah, absolutely. Coach Weber is a guy, and Coach Boothia had Coach Boothia in high school, and Coach Weber coming in for the program. They are very well coached, and they have just that tradition in Glenwood too as well, that they're consistently on the drills, consistently with the fundamentals.
They do a lot of things kind of low risk, high reward.
Absolutely.
You see a lot of Russian ties. You saw the those shuck buys, just things that if you hit them, they're great, and if you miss them, there's really no problem.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, it's kind of a win-win situation almost for yourself. And right here, too, as well, you also see with Adam Byer does a nice job just with his shuck by, gets himself in on an arm bar and a half on the right side, and just continues the pressure and forward here, trying to be able to pick up a fall here for Red Oak. Goes against, keeps continuing on this arm bar, and that's one thing, too, as well, you don't want to give up. When you have that arm, stay on that arm and continue to go. And now that hand just gets slightly above the parallel line, and they'll go back to the center. It's always great to see Adam Beyer back too as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's good to see him back on the map. Chop and jam here, now looking almost for a crab ride. Goes back up to their feet. Gonna let, gosh, why am I drawing a blank right now? Williamson go. Beyer again now coming to an underhook here on the left side. Gonna break out of it. Collar tie again here. 58 seconds left in this first period. 3-1 is our score. Again, another collar tie here on the left side. Hand fighting here on the right. Like to see another shot attempt here coming. Maybe get into a Russian tie to a slide by is Beyer. Now goes back down to a low single leg outside. Just a little too far. Reshot attempt from Williams. And they're going to go out of bounds there on the edge of the mat. 36 seconds left here. 3-1 is the score. Beyer leads. Collar tie again here from Williams. And now to an underhook here is Beyer. 30 seconds left. Kind of sitting here at a standstill in the middle of the mat. And a long reach there from Beyer too as well. He's got to be able to get a little more inside to hike that thing up. Again, stays in on this collar tie. 17 seconds left in the first period. Collar tie again here on the right side. 12 seconds left here. 3-1. Beyer leads. See if you can get another takedown here with 5 seconds left in the first. Slides it by, stays at the center, goes for a straight-on blast double. Williamson does a good job fending that off, and they're going to go back to the center of the mat.
That's it for the first period. 3-1's the score. Beyer with the lead.
It's going to be, I want to say that was Beyer's choice, and Beyer went neutral. 3-1 again, try to be able to see if he can get back to his takedowns. Collar tie again. Williamson bringing some pressure in forward.
Young man from Glenwood's doing a very good job of keeping Beyer's hips out, but I think they both need to get a little more active.
Absolutely. You know, the feet seem a little standstill right now. You need to be able to continue to circle. A lot of shot fakes. Always love to see some shot fakes out of some guys. Get somebody out of position and going to be right there on the edge of the mat. They're going to go out of bounds. And back to the center. Minute 30 left here. 3-1. Forehead to forehead here again. Onto a wrist here, a heavy collar tie, you know, and Beyer's a guy, if he's able to go upper body, he's absolutely going to do it.
Well, he's deceptively strong, tremendous leverage.
Absolutely.
I think he sneaks up on a lot of people, but he's not sneaking up on this young man.
No, and, you know, and Williamson's doing a really good job of, you know, he hasn't been able to get on his attacks like he wants. But, again, just fending off what he can. You know, when you wrestle a guy like this, it's almost like, you know, I'm going to survive till I get to this third period, make it my choice, and try to make that decision later on in the match. 55 seconds left. And, again, a lot of wrestling on their feet on a standstill. Reshot attempt from Williamson. Now double under here for Byers. Need to be able to circle back in. They're going to call it out of bounds. 46 seconds left here. 3-1 still our score. Again, another collar tie here. Still at the center of the mat. Not a lot of movement. Somebody's got to be able to make something go here, especially, you know, for Williamson, you know, you get the lead in this match and you get this shot. Beyer try to be able to extend this lead. Still staying here on this collar tie. 25 seconds left here in the second. Outside single attempt here coming from Williamson. Beyer does a good job getting his hips back and going down to the ankle. Now going to a crossface. 16 seconds. Gets himself the takedown. That's always huge. You get those hips back, able to shove the head or get yourself a crossface and simultaneously pick up that near ankle. He's able to get himself that takedown lead 6-1 and going to get at least 2 swipes out of this, maybe even more. Nice job from Beyer. Gets himself onto this arm bar tilt, and that's huge. You get at least 2 near fall to lead 8-1.
8-1 at the end of the second. Here we go for the third. Beyer with the lead of Red Oak.
It's going to be Williamson's choice, and I think that's one of the only choices he's got to be able to have to get himself back in this match. Get yourself that escape and try to get to your feet. But I've seen Beyer too as well previously before. He rides tough on top, but sometimes in situations like this, that knee may still bug him. Just let him go back onto your feet.
You know, Beyer did a great job with that last exchange, just changing the entire dynamic of this match, because now he's put this young man in a position where he's got to try something
Absolutely.
maybe a little risky.
Absolutely. You know, when you can put your opponent in that position, and when you get that armbar tilt like that, it changes a lot of things. And you love to see that style of wrestling when you get down to at least 15 seconds left in the match. You know, I got to get some points. I'm not just going to stand still here. Gets himself in on an armbar tilt and is able to get those swipes.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, it's not Byer's first rodeo, so I think he's waiting to exploit something.
Absolutely.
He's in a position where he can wait.
Yes, and stay patient. And you always see those good wrestlers stay patient the whole entire way through. Right there on the edge of the mat, went for a shot attempt. They're going to go out of bounds. It's down back of the center. 1 minute left here, and again, you got to be able to go for something big if you're Williamson here, and that wins you the match. Honestly, if you get a feet to back now here, that would win you the match. Byer would like to be able to see him, just stay patient, maybe get another shot attempt in here too, and Williamson does a good job trying to create something of his own, and they're going to go out of bounds and go back to the center. 49 seconds left here in this third period. Williamson trying to be able to get on to the go here. Collar tie on the right side. Working down to the fingers. Staying in tight is what Byer needs to do, because a throw is the only thing that's going to beat you here. Stay in tight. Don't give anything up. For Williamson, he's trying to be able to create this pressure, get at least a stall call, maybe get Byer thinking a little bit. And a shot attempt now to a reshot as Byer does a great spin and face here, shucks this by, and a nice job from Byer. Just moving the feet there, show the quickness, gets himself another takedown, try to solidify a major. 17 seconds left here in this third, right in the hips tough. 10 seconds left here. Byer in a kind of a slow, stagnant match to get things started. And 3-1 with only 10 seconds left in the second. Byer gets himself in on a nice armbar tilt. He's able to get himself the swipes and now gets himself another takedown, wins this thing 11-2, and brings this now 42-22. Glenwood leads.
All right, there you go. Adam Byer with the victory.
Yeah, that was a really good example of just taking advantage of the opportunities that are presented. I think Adam kind of laid in the weeds just a little bit, but when a mistake was made, he seized the opportunity, he took advantage of it, and did a great job there.
Absolutely, and that's what you got to be able to see down the road. The goal's always get yourself to that state tournament, and that's not going to be the last time he's going to see Williamson too as well. And when you start to wrestle those type of kids more, they're going to want to just get that margin just a little bit slimmer each time, but you got to guarantee yourself that you're going to continue to grow it.
Niall Lundville at 175 for Glenwood, and Jackson Terry 175 for Red Oak.
And and Niall Lundville, a kid too as well that's deceptive. He's a scrambler. He can wrestle in some tough situations. Great wrestling background, and you're going to have Terry of Red Oak, very strong up top, front head and arm position here. Needs to bounce the face here off the mat. Kelly coming from Lundville tries to be able to roll through on this and does. Nice job there from Lundville, and they're going to go out of bounds and back to the middle. And again here at 175.
Terry's been contending with some injuries, but it doesn't look like he's favoring that knee.
No, and a great shot right there, but a nice whizzer coming from Lundville. Gets back up to his feet. And again, Lundville is that type of wrestler that can scramble out of positions and does a great job of that. Nice low ankle pick for Terry. But again, Lundville does a good job now onto a Russian tie.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I can tell you right now, if my brother is listening, he's calling me right now, he'd say that was a staple for us in high school.
And you don't see that a lot. So it's kind of, and like I said, it's a relatively safe tie. There are a lot of things you can do, from that shuck by to a drop down single.
Absolutely.
And I think I'm really impressed with Glenwood just being aggressive but cautious at the same time.
Yes, and when you get onto that Russian tie too as well, you can put a lot of pressure in forward, moves your opponent just like that. And when you get into a Russian tie, you're able to pressure in, maybe shot fake one side, they step the way you want them to go, and gets up that single and they go out of bounds. Maybe it looks like Terry's knee might be bugging him a little bit more now.
He was showing a little favoritism too there right at the end. He liked that last exchange.
And a nice high crotch attempt here coming from Lundville. Now trying to be able to roll through is Terry. But there's going to be a nice takedown from Lundville. It's going to lead 3-0. Now onto a crossface. Looks like he's maybe out of that, rolling a wrist onto the right side. And it's tough, too, for Terry. You can see him right now and really not being able to build this base and trying to use his arms more than his legs. And Lundville now trying to lock up this arm bar here. I can't tell if he's got a...
It's like he's got a chicken wing with that bar.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like, I don't know if he was going for a double chicken wing, but now back up to his feet.
I'll go for a double chicken wing.
Absolutely. Nice job from Lunville. Brings it back down to the mat, trying to peel hands off here with 4 seconds. Lunville leads this match now here 3-0, moving on to the second.
Yep, that's it for the first. Lunville with the lead 3-0. We're at 175 in Red Oak this evening. Here we go.
And it's going to be Lunville's choice. Lunville's going to choose bottom. Terry now will cover. Goes to a tight waist here on the right side. Peterson tries to be able to get Terry. We almost call that a fat man roll sometimes, but
Now, careful.
I said that to Aaron last time. I said I probably need to use that gracefully more often because you know what? The move works. Got to be able to elevate here. Terry got himself caught a little high, trying to throw the legs in here, but Lunville does a good job getting himself in on the feet. You know, when someone throws in the legs like that, you got to be able to fight the feet first.
And you don't want those things split.
No.
You need to get your legs back because you are not in a good spot here.
Absolutely.
You got that reverse half.
And keep those legs split is what Lunville's thinking here. Terry's got to be able, you almost have to roll through to get yourself out of this and fight off hands and still split. And especially on that back knee, gets pinned up against. And it looks like that might be the bad knee.
Just a little bit of housekeeping here. We are in Red Oak Wrestling here on KCSI. And if you're watching, we are staying with the black mat. We're going to continue with that. We'll occasionally go over to the orange mat, but we have had a question about if we're going to show both mats. Nope, we're going to stay with the black mat. When we have the opportunity, we'll hop over to the orange mat, but we'll just stay on the black mat this evening. So
you see a lot of favoritism now coming from Terry onto that knee just by the way he got in his referee stance. Lunville now doing a good job prying onto this elbow. Going to try to keep these legs, but he's going to pick up the knee again.
Potentially dangerous.
Yeah, and you can't just pick it up from across the way.
He's trying to make his case.
Yeah. Absolutely. That doesn't shock me. I've played golf with this kid a couple of times. He tried, had him in youth league. He's going to make his case on why he got a 4, and it should have been maybe a 7. Here's a roll through. Coming right there from Terry, maybe trying to go for the Granby. 52 seconds left. Now going in under a wrist. 45 seconds left. Now going to an arm bar here on the left side. Now grabbing in on this wrist. Going to take these little steps, then maybe a big one here to try to be able to cinch this over. Puts Terry onto his back. Terry trying to be able to fight, but just looks again like he's in some pain. Now goes to a half. Trying to be able to fight off to his back here. And Lunville's going to be able to get the fall. Is going to finish that off here, and it looks like he's in some considerable pain right there, but Lunville's going to be able to get the fall, takes it to his advantage, and now leads here 48-22.
all right. Moving on now to 190.
You're going to have Paulie Simonetti at 190. And going to see who comes out for Red Oak. Where are we at? 1. Is that Andrew Johnson? Or
No.
Is it Tyler Schofield?
No.
Oh, maybe we're both wrong.
Yeah, we could be both wrong on that one.
Simonetti bringing the pressure in forward.
Oh, that's Schofield. Tyler
Schofield.
Schofield.
Schofield of Red Oak. And Paulie Simonetti of Glenwood with a collar tie here on the right side. Here is Schofield bringing pressure in. Now onto a Russian tie again. Here is Simonetti. Going to break out of it, and they're going to go back here, still staying at the center. Heavy collar tie on the right side for Simonetti. Onto the trap of Schofield, pressuring in still. And they're going to go out of bounds. Over on that orange mat too as well, you've got a tight duel, 23-10. Lewis Central leads over Shenandoah, and that just ended that match. Over on the orange mat, back to the black mat here. Still another heavy collar tie on the right side for Simonetti. Looks like a lot of hand fighting up top. Minute left here in this first period. Now back onto a Russian tie as Simonetti bringing that pressure in. Still here onto the edge of the mat. Schofield's got to move. I was just going to say he's backing up too much, and there's that stall call, and you don't want that right in the first period.
And that was a little overdue, so he's got to get busy or he's going to get another.
Absolutely. You need to be able to move these feet here. Simonetti doing a lot of upper body work. Now getting into an underhook on the left side, trying to be able to hike this thing up. Schofield breaks out of it. Still in on this collar tie, and again, just like you were saying, got to be able to get some pressure moving in forward.
Or at least circle.
Yeah, at something. But Simonetti doing a good job. A lot of just pummeling back and forth here at 190. And another double-leg attempt, but shooting straight on with your head down. Not the best situation here, and Simonetti's going to try to take advantage of it. Schofield needs to be able to build his base back up and get to a corner. And it looks like there's probably going to be a stalemate call, I'm going to guess, but maybe not. Simonetti's going to now go onto a crossface. Schofield onto one leg. 7 seconds left here. It'd be huge to get this takedown in the first. Schofield trying to be able to hang on to this leg. Simonetti doesn't have the points yet.
And that's it for the first.
And yeah, I'm kind of shocked. Schofield didn't have the leg there at the end. Oh, no, they gave it to him. I was going to say, I didn't think they did for a second. It's going to be Schofield's choice. Schofield's going to choose neutral.
Eli, there's an art to stalling, and I think the Simonetti kid is maybe a little bit better at it. I don't know that he's not doing a lot more than Schofield, but he's just doing it in a more productive manner.
And the one thing that I notice is that what I particularly hate, just because he's pressing me forward doesn't mean I'm necessarily stalling.
Well, when you look at that collar tie, what he's doing is using his forearm and his elbow to block off any type of shot.
Yes.
Which is smart, but as you said, that is here we go.
And there's the headlock. And like you were saying too as well is the underhooks. If I'm going to sit in an underhook and bring you a lot of pressure, typically in somebody's mind, I'm doing something when honestly you're just maybe sitting in something. And maybe I know that so well because I think I did that a lot.
Well, and I'll say I taught it because you go back to
absolutely
low risk, high reward.
Yes.
It's a safe place to be. Wait for your opponent to make a mistake and then take advantage of it.
Yeah, and if I'm the one in the underhook, are you really going to toss me in some overs? I'd like to see you be able to try. But Simonetti does a good job here, gets himself another takedown, was in that headlock position, able to step through and throw it. But a nice job from Schofield to continue to roll through. When a headlock's thrown, you don't just stop. You roll through with somebody. You don't just sit on it. And Simonetti now trying to go for a cheap tilt. Has a 2-on-1 on the wrist. 30 seconds left here in the second period. 6-0. Simonetti of Glenwood leads over Schofield. Bringing pressure in again. Rolling a wrist now onto the right side.
Got about 20 seconds to score some points here.
Absolutely. And you got to, especially having one stall call right now, you have to be able to go and get something your way and some momentum. Simonetti comes out in front. Schofield needs to be able to continue to build this base. Try to tripod your way back up, and a nice crossface again from Simonetti. Pressure, and he's on his toes. He brings a lot of pressure.
That's going to do it for the second. Here we go, Eli.
Yeah, we're going to go down to the third period. Simonetti's going to choose bottom. Schofield will cover. Now tries to throw in a leg here on the left side, down to a chop and jam. Has a four-figure on that left leg. Needs to be able to work off it, though. Not be able to just sit there.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something. I think he's about to get hit again with a stalling.
Yeah, you can't just sit onto this leg the entire time. Looks out in front. Simonetti trying to build this base back up, and again, tries to slip this leg through. Simonetti does, maybe looking for a knee slide. Now goes to come over the top and throw both boots in. And Simonetti does a good job of shaking it off the top. But still wrestling here, still in a scramble situation. When you're caught in a high position like this, you need to sink your hips back, continue to sink your hips back. But Simonetti does a good job fighting hands, fighting feet, and gets himself another takedown, leads here 8-0. Excuse me, a reversal. Leads here 8-0 with 1:04 left in this third period. 48-22, Glenwood leads over Red Oak. Over on the orange mat, Lewis Central leads 26-10. Rolling in wrist is Simonetti. 45 seconds left here. Now trying to run this armbar and run it through. Needs to take one big step, but got to get your wrist back to Schofield. Post that leg out. Back up to his base, but Simonetti's doing a good job of bringing the pressure down with the hips and is going to be able to get the fall with 33 seconds left here in the third, and Glenwood's going to take the lead or continue with their lead 54-22.
Well, and I think you said it earlier. You let somebody get that pinning combination, and it's an uphill fight to get out of it.
Absolutely, and that's one of the big things that I see is once it's there already, once they've taken your arm, that's when it starts to get over. You can't let it get to that point before it starts. And, an impressive wrestler right here for Glenwood, Mason Kohler, number 1 in the state at 215. Two-time place winner so far as a junior. He's a Fargo All-American, too, as well. Goes upper body, throws right to his back here. And, again, it's just Kohler's game. If you want to go upper body with him, it's very, very tough. Yeah, that's all I got to say. Dykes, again, trying to be able to wrestle off here. Now a nice high crotch, and Kohler's really good at his fireman's attempt. Dykes trying to be able to fend this off here. Goes again onto a blast double. Steps right through onto Dykes. Gets himself another takedown for 3. Leads 13-1 with 1:25 left here in this first period. Now going to a head lever. Trying to bring in this wrist. Now onto an arm bar. Trying to be able to run this through. And you see how quick Kohler is with that. He takes one step, one small one, and just is able to get you right onto your back and gets Dykes the fall.
That was impressive.
Yeah, he's a fun kid to watch.
All right. That's going to do it here on the black mat, I think, isn't it, Eli?
Yep, that's going to do it here on the black mat. 60-22, Glenwood wins that duel over Red Oak. Over on the orange mat, it's 7-2. Lewis Central leads that duel 26-10.
Let's hop over there, Eli. What way are we at over there?
144. They've got a little ways to go here, and it's going to be a tough duel as well for both these teams. You got Cole Scammon of Shenandoah, and I think it's Valentine of Lewis Central. 7-2. Valentine leads here over Scammon.
All right, and that's on the orange mat. It was Glenwood over Red Oak 60-22 here on the black mat. Again, we're staying, again, a little housekeeping. We're staying with the black mat. We'll hop to the orange mat when we can and cover some of the matches over there. We did have that question. Thanks for the question. That's kind of how we're going to roll through the evening here. So, but I would come on down, watch some good wrestling with us here. So,
absolutely. And
we need to talk to Mr. Lorenz about negotiating a wrestling contract for commentary. I mean, I knew
yes,
he was a man of many
do.
talents, but wow.
I can't keep my mouth shut very long, so this is my feeble attempt to offer color commentary.
I love this. I'm
a little out of my depth.
No, this is awesome. That's the best thing to do. Just talk shop with some wrestling. That's always awesome.
So, Eli, we're at 144 over on the orange mat.
Yep, and this is a big match. Scammon, a very good wrestler for Shenandoah, and Valentine. I'm assuming it's Valentine. Leads here 7-2. Chop and jam on the right side. Now bringing on to an arm bar here is Scammon. Trying to bring some pressure in forward. Off to the right side here. Now onto a tight waist, but you see what Valentine's doing right now. He's keeping palms up, trying to be able to base himself out and slowly tripods up. But nice job from Scammon. Goes down to a rear ankle pick and tries to bring Valentine back down to the mat. Now going on to a head lever. But you can tell Valentine's got some flexibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's long and he's strong.
And like you said, when you got a 7-2 lead like this, and Scammon, a very great wrestler for Shenandoah, if you can continue to hand fight like he's doing right now and spread yourself out, yeah, you might give up a stalling call, but at the same time, it's not going to hurt you anything.
Nope, and you've got time, so
absolutely,
I'll take a stalling call over a reversal any day.
Absolutely, and you got to be able to make Scammon do something. He's got this leg in pretty deep, and he's trying to be able to slip in the other boot as well. And this is where Scammon's got to be able to go and do something. But
he's trying to come out the back door, but he's got that underhook on that arm, and
yes,
he's in control.
Absolutely, but with 45 seconds, going to get that stalemate call, and no stalls yet, but he's got to be able to go and get something here. 43 seconds left here in this third period. 7-2. Valentine of Lewis Central leads. Scammon now will cover onto the right side. That's a little awkward for some wrestlers too as well. You don't see that a whole lot. Some really good ones will do it. They'll mix it up back and forth. But again, now slipping in, maybe looking for a JJ on the roll through. Trying to be able to get some swipes and land up on top. But Valentine does a good job, again, not panicking, and stays and just continues to use his momentum on the roll through. I would go back to that JJ if I had a chance to be able to do it, especially with how exposed Valentine is. Another tight waist, 15 seconds left here. Now Hen trying to go onto a head lever, and I'm shocked there's really no stall calls that have been, I mean, nothing as of right now, and there's not going to be any with only 5 seconds left here in this match.
Well, they're not really working off the side, but I think they're doing just enough in terms of up and down and tripoding up.
And that's where you can get it, and that's going to end it there. 7-2, Scammon wins, or excuse me, Voluntein of Lewis Central wins at 144.
And, yeah, we're kind of working our way into maybe some girls' matches here as well coming up. But we'll move to 150.
Yep, going on 150 over on the orange mat. Looks like that's going to be Derek Gregory of Lewis Central.
Tyler Babe of Shenandoah.
Yep, Babe and Gregory. Oh, looks like they got to pause this real quick. Looks like there may be a slight pause that's happening down here.
Yeah, checking, I think, again, looking at the screen here. In wrestling, there's always so much going on. You got the black mat, the orange mat. You have people warming up. I mean, there's always it's just an overload of activity.
Aaron, it's not a sport for dummies.
That's right.
No.
You need to be a quick thinker.
Well, yeah. See, there's the problem.
Absolutely, and that's the problem. I think I'm losing my quickness in that thinking maybe sometimes, but it's always fun, especially when you get to those tournaments too as well. Even coaching now, it's like, well, what's my bout number? I was like, well, you know what? We got to get up and get warming up. Let's go. Your bout number is going to be soon, so let's get going.
Here we go at 144, Eli.
Yeah, Babe and Gregory. Babe of Shenandoah, Gregory.
I'm sorry,
Lewis
150.
Central.
Yeah, not 144, 150.
Now on to a 2-on-1 here. Babe has himself on a shot fake, and two pretty lengthy wrestlers here at 150. A nice high crotch coming from Gregory. Goes on to that leg, is able to try to scoot his way to it, but a nice job from Babe. Now going for a crotch lift here, coming across the body, trying to scramble out of this and get himself the higher head position. But Gregory's doing a good job of keeping his hips low to the mat and continuing to be able to circle to that near leg. And now he's elevating it, which makes it even harder on Babe, and had that arm too as well and keeps the feet crossed. Nice job from Gregory.
He's got that arm barred pretty well.
Absolutely, and now throwing
putting the legs in.
And if Babe were to stand up here, he gets himself potentially dangerous. He gets himself a little too high here. Is Gregory tries to be able to shake this down as Babe, and Babe's going to end up on top here. And if he can roll this straight forward, he's going to get the fall.
Oh my!
There it is. There it is. There's nothing else to look at.
Yeah, he's done. Wow.
And just like that, you always say the high head wins in a situation like that, but Babe, in a sense, kind of did. He's able to shake his way down. Gregory gets caught a little bit too high and rolls down through, and all he had to do was be able to sit, and he's able to get himself the fall. And you can tell Gregory's a little upset with himself over that, but a nice job from Babe to know some mat awareness.
But that boils down to body awareness, like you said. just knowing where you're at on the mat and knowing where your other guy's body is.
Absolutely, and just like that, you can flip a whole script. And this is what Shenandoah needs to be able to get into this duel. They got to add 6 more on the board there, but this is a tight duel. And winning matches like that and winning them in a fall fashion, that's huge. There's double the points there for you.
Well, and I got to tell you, Eli, I don't have a dog in this hunt, but I got pretty excited.
Absolutely.
Aaron's reconsidering that contract thing.
Yeah, we need to work on this. I think so.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're going to move now to 157. It's going to be Isaac Bates of Lewis Central. And again, if we are wrong, I apologize. And it looks like Lucas Major of Shenandoah. And a nice shot there from Major. Just gets himself in on a blast double. Gets himself a takedown and leads here 3-0 over Bates. I'm make sure I get that right. Yes, Bates of Lewis Central. Major of Shenandoah. Now onto a tight waist here. Grabbing onto this arm. Minute 20 left here into the second. Now looking to be able to get himself in onto a tilt. Now trying to sink into an armbar, which is always nice when you got the option. If I can slip in an armbar, I can get a tilt out of it one way or another, I'm going to do it. Minute 4 left. 29-16 the score. Now trying to be able to roll this over, get himself in onto this armbar.
I think he missed some near fall there. But.
Yeah, I think you at least maybe get yourself. Although he is going to give it. That didn't get down for the swipes, but we're going to give to near fall. Leads here 5-0, 45 seconds left in the first. And for Shenandoah, it's fall here. And they're trying to get onto that train. Into another armbar here onto the left side. You know, if he could be able to get himself slipped in on the half with this armbar, I think he's got a great shot to be able to do it. And he's going to break out of both. 24 seconds left here in this first. Has the leg in onto the right side. Bates does a good job now picking up through the leg. That's how you have to be able to do it. I'm going to hang on to this leg. Might have to watch the knee on that.
Shake him down, get that arm.
Absolutely. 10 seconds left in this first in a scramble position. Tries to get himself the reversal. You know, and
cuts him with 5 seconds.
Yes, and you get uncomfortable like that too. You get a little bit uncomfortable, and that's where you're like, you know what, I don't like this position. But that's where you got to know, heck, I've got to be close down to the end of this period.
I can live there for 5 seconds.
Yes, and you got your coaches telling you that too as well. And it's going to be Bates' choice, or excuse, it was Major's choice. Major deferred. Bates is going to choose neutral. 5-1, Major of Shenandoah leads. Front hand and arm position here. Great. I love this position here when you can bounce the face off the mat or get yourself into a head in the hole, down to an ankle. You can do a lot of work from here, and a nice job there from Bates, able to pin this knee up. But Major's doing a good job of fighting off the hands here. Nothing rewarded just yet. Needs to be able to get a big mat return down to the mat. Nothing yet. I mean, Major does a good job now getting onto an ankle, but he's going to say that it's slipped through. He's going to give him the takedown for a 3, and leads here now 4-5. Now coming across the body, he's going to have to be careful. He's caught a little high, just needs to be able to get his body out and swim off to the side. Gets himself for a reversal for 2. You know, scramble situations like that, those points come out to be huge, especially when you do a little too much. 7-4 now our lead for Shenandoah, and they're going to go out of bounds. You know, that's one thing, too, as well, that I've seen a lot more lately. Instead of riding the surfboard and breaking off these hands, you got guys that say, you know what, I'll just make sure he gets a stall call and has to let me go. I'm going to put my weight forward, my hands back, and make sure he can't pick me up. But, man, they're strong enough and can pick you up like that. It's a big slam back down on the mat. And, again, trying to throw in a leg on the left side. Gets a mat return with an arm bar. Rolling a wrist here onto the right side is Major. Now goes to a tight waist here, almost looking to a spiral ride. 40 seconds left here in this second. Again, back up to his feet is Bates. Now looking to be able to fight hands here. Does a great job of that, down base and out. 28 seconds left in this second period. Major of Shenandoah leads over Bates 7-4. Cross facing again, trying to shove the head and go down to a power half here. 18 seconds left in the second. Coming out now in front, a little bit dangerous here.
Yep, not sure what he's doing there, but
no, only 12 seconds left here. No reason to come out.
Try to roll through.
Oh, wow.
And he did. And he's getting back points. And I think
going to be close to a fall.
Oh,
they're going to call the time. What a
saved by the bell.
Yeah, and what a gutsy move. I mean, to be able to come out in front like that when you're in position and say, you know what, I'm going for a gator roll right now.
You're either going to get the points or you're going to give them, and I think that.
Yes.
I respect that. He's aggressive.
Absolutely. Say, you know what, I'm going to go for it, and I know I'm going to be the one landing on top. Front hand arm position again here for Bates. And what I'd like to see Bates do is kind of bounce the head off the mat just a little bit. Tries to be able to throw this thing by, and does, and gets himself a takedown. You know, 11-7 is now the score. With that 3-point takedown, man, it brings you right back into this match.
Yeah, but they've got their legs tangled up, and there's not a lot of movement. So,
yes.
Well, we're going to cut him.
I think that might be a smart choice for Major, especially, you know, maybe for Bates, after seeing his teammate what happened when he tried to throw in the boots. You know, I'm just going to get in this front head and arm position, getting maybe a front headlock here. Trying to be able to slide by. Nice job from Major. Sees the opening. Just very slow there from Bates, thinking that they might just give up on that. But you know what? Nice job from Major. Gets himself now a 7-point lead with a minute left here in this third period.
Well, I think when
Yeah.
you go back and think about the fatigue factor, when you've been ridden for 3 or 4 minutes,
Yes.
you may not have a lot of
No.
gas in the tank to
Absolutely.
make that shot. So
and not be able to move those feet. Now again, back up to his feet, going to be able to cut him. 50 seconds left here, and this is still a match. I'll still say, even with it being 15-8.
he's got that underhook looking for the throw.
Absolutely. Underhook here on the left side for Bates. Goes now again to a front head and hold position. Go around, get your points. Major is tired. Needs to be able to, if I'm him, I am hanging on to this leg.
Yeah.
28 seconds left here with a 15-11 lead.
I think he missed his opportunity to cut him loose and give
Yes.
himself more points.
Absolutely.
But
Best case scenario here maybe is looking for try to get this turn here, because it's all you've got left now to be able to tie up this match. 10 seconds left here. 15-11 is our score. Now should go for a cradle attempt
he's
here.
working that near side cradle, but he just can't get it. So
And that's going to do it here for that match. I think the score doesn't dictate really what that match was going to be, but a nice job there from Major. Picks up the win, 16-11, adds this tally for Shenandoah, trying to be able to crawl right back into this.
it was a good match.
Absolutely.
So one other thing you'll have a note that Glenwood leads Shenandoah over here on the other mat on the girls' side of things at the moment, which is taking place. So
We'll move on now to 157. You're going to have, 165, Jacob McGargill of Shenandoah and Alex Gravy of Lewis Central. McGargill, top 3 kid in the state, state semifinalist last year for Shenandoah. Highly improved wrestler, too, as well throughout the years. Nice fireman's carry here, but Graves does a good job of breaking out of this. But McGargill still in control here with an underhook now on the left side, pressuring in forward. 15 seconds, only 20 seconds ticked off the clock here into this first. Our score is still 0-0. And for McGargill, this is a match you got to be able to get 6. You got to try to find a way to do it. Russian tie here, pressuring in is McGargill on Grave. A nice slide by there, geez. And Grave again gets back up to his feet. McGargill leads now here 3-1. Collar's eye here onto the right side. Now goes for a nice high crotch going to be able to double this thing off. Picks up Grave, puts him right on almost to his back. Gets himself another takedown, leads here 6-1. Looks like he's going to be able to cut Grave again. Shot fake again, now going to an underhook. Grave trying to be able to get one of his own. They're going to step out of bounds and go back to the center. McGargill is just patient with what he wants, and he's very fluent with the shots that he's got. Front hand, just goes down to a snap heavy on the head. That's just heavy hands right there. That's really nothing special but aggressive.
Here we go.
And the whole position, works his way around, gets himself 3 for another takedown. And a nice job. You just see, wasn't anything special. Just says, hey, I'm going to have heavy hands, and I'm going to snap you back down to the mat. And a nice hard cut leads here 9-3, 25 seconds left in the first. Underhook again here on the left side, going double unders, looking to go
he's
up
gonna
a
hug
body.
him. Oh, nope. There we go. Good job.
Close to it, and gets himself a takedown for 3. Leads here now 12-3. Pries this arm back. Tries to be able to prime this arm back with 9 seconds left here into the first. At 165, looks like they're going to find their way to get off to the second.
I would note in girls wrestling it was Glenwood over Shenandoah 36-6. Now we have some JV matches taking place, but we'll stick with the varsity over here on the orange mat at the moment.
It's going to be Graves' choice. Graves going to defer. McGargill will choose neutral.
I do enjoy watching McGargill on his feet.
Absolutely.
He is extraordinary.
And he's physical and he's fast, just like that again here. Going to a high crotch to a single, a nice dump attempt, and gets himself another takedown for 3. Leads here 15-3. Just starting off to the second period.
He's got that wrist.
Yeah, and in a wrist ride like that with a dude like this, it gets to be very dangerous with some tilts. Might even be able to stack them. Minute
Looks like
30
he's-
left.
I think he's working to get that knee in his side, but now he is working that stack.
Yeah, and now you got a hard
Posted
cut
his
again. 15-3, a minute 20 left here in the second, trying to be able to solidify another takedown here. Goes upper body again. Heavy hands, that's what I really like to see, is just the heavy hands he's got. Now goes to an under, just shucks him back down onto the mat. Gets himself another takedown for 3. Leads here 18-4. 1 minute left here in the second. Going to give him another cut. Graves now goes for a straight-on double. McGargle gets himself another takedown for 3 and will get himself the tech fall. Just very impressive to be able to watch and be able to see McGargle just continue to move his feet and gets himself the victory. Gets himself a tech fall, tries to narrow this margin here, now just down to 5.
Yeah, that was a good match.
Absolutely.
Moving along now to 165. I'm sorry,
I think it's
175.
We have a forfeit?
Is that where
Nope.
we're at, a forfeit?
Well, it looks like we have a match.
Let's see. With Chappelle and Simmer of Shenandoah, Chappelle of Lewis Central here at
75.
175. All right. They're going to shake hands, get started here at the center. Chappelle of Lewis Central and Simmer of Shenandoah. Upper body position here, underhook here on the left side here for Chappelle. Close to going out, but they're going to go back to the center. Looks like Chappelle is backing up a little bit, gets himself in deep on an underhook, trying to be able to throw this thing through. Simmer doing a good job of going with an over, keeping the separation. Superman duck attempt coming from Chappelle, but does a good job continuing to move his feet. Simmer as well. Lat drop toss. Who's going to end up on top here? And it looks like it's going to be Chappelle. Chappelle's got this in here, trying to be able to settle the hips back down. Simmer trying to be able to fight off his back here. You know, these are big points you don't want to be able to give up, and Simmer's really fighting, but Chappelle's going to be able to get the fall for Lewis Central at 175.
We got a pretty good match here on the black mat as well.
Absolutely, a great JV match. Looks like to be going 6-1. Red Oak Lister leads over Glenwood. And you're going to go now to 190. You got Jaden Dickerson of Shenandoah. Looks like it's going to be Walling. Let's see.
I think you're correct, Eli. Yeah.
It's going to be Blanchard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're at, yep, looks like it's going to be Blanchard of Lewis Central. Dickerson, another top 5 kid ranked here in the state. Seventh, I think he was 7th place last year for Shenandoah at 175. Now bumped up here to 190. Goes down to a front head and arm here. It's going to be Blanchard of Lewis Central and Dickerson of Shenandoah. 2 guys with very similar body types. Now goes to a fireman's carry, almost like a crossbody fireman's in a sense. Minute 28 left here in this first. Still 0-0 our score. Collar tie on the left side. Heavy hand fighting from both these guys with Dickerson and Blanchard. Moving their feet pretty well too as well. Staying here on the outside part of the mat. Shot faked here from Dickerson. Now goes to a straight on double leg. Blanchard does a good job getting out in front. Trying to be able to bounce the head here of Dickerson. Minute left here in this first period. Now still out in front is Blanchard. Now goes off to the side, trying to be able to slide this thing by. Another reshot attempt from Dickerson. A lot of action here in this first period and some great defense from Blanchard. 45 seconds left here in this first period. Russian tie here coming from Dickerson, bringing this pressure in forward. I think this is a spot where Dickerson likes to be, but Blanchard does a good job putting a hand to the face, and that's the one thing when you get that Russian tie is you've got to get a hand to the face somewhere and create that separation, or he's going to drive you around wherever he wants.
Eli, I'm feeling a little schizophrenic because I'm trying to watch the JV match on the black mat, but I don't want to miss what's going on the orange mat because there's just so much good stuff happening right now.
Absolutely. You should try to see me at the state tournament when I'm on the phone here. I'm going mat 1, mat 6, mat 12, and sometimes I think I'm calling a wrestling match with myself up there, I feel like. 8 seconds left here in this first period over on the orange mat. Shot attempt here coming from Dickerson. A little bit slow. Another just tap on the knee there coming from Blanchard. You know, Dickerson had himself in a front, had an arm position to a slide by. It looked like he was maybe trying to attempt a JJ, but Blanchard with that strength is able to stay up onto his feet And there's 0.9 seconds left here in this first, and that's going to do it.
You know, these two young men are almost mirror images of one another.
Absolutely.
That would be strong. they're
Strong,
stout.
athletic.
Stout.
Absolutely.
And they're getting after each other.
Lean 190-pounders here going to the second. Dickerson's going to go bottom. Immediately goes to hand fight here. Blanchard gets himself onto a crab right here. Now posting onto this leg. Trying to roll and wrist here on the right side. Dickerson trying to build the base back up to his feet here. Trying to tripod up. But again, look at Blanchard stepping onto that ankle.
Yeah, and he's just sitting on that ankle.
Yes. Nice job from Dickerson to be able to stand up to his feet. And what I like, too, is Dickerson goes right into that tie. He gets out of his feet and just goes, hey, I'm going to turn right into this tie. They're going to break out of it, though. What we used to call that as a milkshake. If you get yourself that stand-up, you shoot right in on the shot, get yourself – now it's a 4-point move.
Well, and that tie is wonderful because if you pressure in, you shuck them by. If you jerk back, you attack the leg.
Absolutely.
A lot of variations you can do off of that.
Minute 11 left here in the second period. 1-0 Dickerson leads here over Blanchard. Both kind of keeping their distance away from each other, too. Now with some heavy hands
Getting a little
here.
chippy.
Absolutely. And that's, hey, kind of what we want to see right here with these two. Good real match we got going. Heavy hand fighting Dickerson. Trying to be able to get some shot fakes. Blanchard is really good on the defensive side of things. And be careful with that, too, as well. You know, with Dickerson creating a lot of action, I don't think it's going to get called yet. But, again, with the defense he's able to have and kind of some half shots on the edge of the mat, they're going to keep this thing going. He's got to be able to circle, though.
Yeah, you've got two experienced wrestlers, good mat awareness, good sense of what both of them bring to the table. So neither one of them is willing to give anything to either.
Absolutely. 30 seconds left here now, trying to go to a slide by, but Blanchard used it
beautiful.
to his advantage. No points rewarded yet. Nice job from Dickerson to be able to roll through, gets himself to a front head and arm position from this. Needs to be able to continue to keep moving your feet. Got to have the fast feet here. Now down to an ankle. Got to have some great mat awareness here. You know, maybe throw this by, bring him back in. 10 seconds left.
Drag him back on the mat.
Tries to be able to throw this by, but Blanchard does a good job of knowing where he's at.
He's got time. He's got time.
Right there with 0.3 seconds left on the clock. Nice job from Dickerson to continue to move your feet, and that's huge.
That's why you don't give up on those things. You keep working regardless of where you're at on the mat. Good things will happen.
Absolutely, and and it's huge right now. I love the new rule. Like you got that pinky toe in. We're still wrestling, and right there, Dickerson does a great job because in previous matches before, they may say, "Hey, we're getting close to out of bounds. We're going to call it." But nice job there to continue to wrestle on the edge of the mat.
I think a lot of these rule changes, the scoring, they've done a nice job of enhancing the matches. They seem to be more exciting, more competitive.
Absolutely, and I think it goes pretty fluently too. And and the one thing that I always like, it prepares you for the next level. Mm-hmm. Hey, if this is what's going to happen in college, we might as well do it. I think the high school kids right now are ready to go 3-2-2? No, but at the same time, you're able to get yourself that kind of that feeling and that groove of what's going to happen. And in great matches, some high scoring, and it's more prevalent to be able to stay in the match and get some takedowns.
And that's just it. Having some hope, some type of incentive to just keep working, just keep grinding. And we've seen that several times this evening. So I think that's probably what they were hoping for, and they did a good job with it.
Absolutely. And I'd like to see the statistic at the state tournament because I guarantee that'll come out what match difference would have been if there was 3 points compared to when it was just 2 points, and same with the near fall. I would venture to say there's definitely some difference that's going to happen in there. It's going to be fun to see this year going to the state tournament. And it looks like
there was a bit of a blood time out there, I think.
Yep, I had some blood time, and it's going to be Chappelle's going to go back down on bottom, or excuse me, Blanchard. And Dickerson trying to be able to ride tough here on top. Blanchard and Dickerson. Blanchard trying to be able to move his feet around here. Dickerson tries to be able to throw in a leg. Now goes with a nice crossface here. Minute 42 left in this third period in this match.
That was an old-fashioned switch that he was trying to hit. You don't see that very much.
No.
I like it.
And if you can get that reversal with a switch, heck yeah, go for it.
That makes me feel young. I'm just going to put it that way.
There we go. Now with a tight waist onto an ankle, And having a tight waist like that, man, it's hard to be able to base back up.
He's trying to work that arm out. He's got his head in his armpit, seeing if he can lever him over. But
And there's that stall call coming, and there it was on Blanchard. Dickerson doing a good job now, working side to side. One stall call. Blanchard really hanging his head now. Dickerson getting onto a tight waist.
He's got it. That is a tight waist, too.
Yes. And with the long arms that he's got, it's hard to be able to get yourself out of something like this. And right when when you're trying to be able to work something, of course, you get yourself a little blood time, and they're going to go back here, back to the blood time, go back to your corners, get a sip of water. 4-0 still our score here with 52 seconds left here in this match.
All right.
Meanwhile, we've got JV match on the black mat, and they're battling.
Nice.
Trying to.
A nice crowd of people here.
Absolutely.
And
makes me think we've got some youth activities coming up, because generally we have the youngsters here and the parents show up in droves. So
yeah. Well, you do have youth activities coming up, so there you go.
Hey, call me Joe Predicto.
That's right. Great analyst there.
Analyst.
I mean,
Come on.
Yeah. A lot of people in the stands, probably some youth activities coming. Nailed it, Mr. Lorenz. You nailed it. And it's senior night on top of that. So
well, there you go.
Throw that in as well. I think we're ready to go. Here we go again. We're gonna.
I didn't necessarily come prepared, Aaron. I'm just doing my best here.
We go back here to the center. Going to clean up a little bit of blood down there on the mat on the orange. And we'll get back going here shortly with 52 seconds.
I'm excited to see him clear his hips off the bottom, hit that switch again, and just take me back in time.
And I think you get yourself a little bit of breather, too, as well here. You're down 4-0, try to be able to get some movement going. There's a pin over on the black mat from the ball and Shane Till. I haven't been able to see that in a while. And right there, goes to a switch. From that switch, able to get up to his feet. Has that little more energy that he's got now, 4-1. Just a takedown match here with 40 seconds left. No stall calls on Dickerson. So maybe able to wrestle here smart. Still just needs to stay at the center of the mat here. Blanchard's got to be able to go, and he's got 28 seconds to do so. Shot attempt here coming from Dickerson. Underhooks here on the right side. Needs to be careful. Needs to have the overs. Don't want to hike this thing up and get off balance. No stall calls yet. It's going to be close. Maybe it looks like he might be going for a dresser here. 12 seconds left here. Going to go for the throw. Dickerson does a nice job of being able to stay patient, but right back again, Blanchard's in on this double unders, tries to go for a lat toss. And this could be huge if Dickerson could get a fall. And there's going to be it. Dickerson's going to get 3 and maybe a couple near fall on top of it.
Give him credit, though. He tried something. He wrestled to the end.
Absolutely. And Blanchard, you've got to be able to go for the throws. You got to be able to go do it. And right there, he's able to get himself 3 points for the team, picks himself up a victory, and it looks like now we're going to move on into 2:15. And we'll see here in just a second. Let's see what the score would be here. It's 27-35. Going to go to 2:15. It's going to be Owen Noakes, I think, of Shenandoah. Say that again, Aaron.
Joe Mongo.
Joe Mongo.
Yep. Or Mong, potentially.
Mongo, and then is it Noakes? I think Noakes of Shan.
Yeah. And I think it's Mong, Eli.
Mong of Lewis Central. And Noakes of Shenandoah. Mong
that was
a nice shot.
That was a heck of a shot. Beautiful single leg takedown.
Just nice and smooth. He's able to get himself now trying to work onto an arm bar. Stays onto this wrist right here. Guy has both the wrists now in. Now goes for a half. Nice job here. Gets this synced in pretty tight. And when you have the wrist with it, it's pretty hard to get yourself out.
Eli, I'm going to tell you that Lewis Central's upper weights are particularly impressive.
Absolutely.
You don't often see kids that big that are that fluid.
And there's a pin.
Absolutely, and exactly what you just said. Be able to stay fast on your feet. In that upper weights, it makes a lot of things easier for yourself. And just like that, he's able to get himself to fall.
Lewis Central is going to pick up the victory.
I think that might be a little bit of pizza time here for me, Aaron.
Time for pizza. 35-27. Lewis Central with the victory in that, 35-27. We are going to take a break. We have some JV matches that are taking place, but we are going to take a break and step away, and we'll be back with more after this.
So, Aaron, I'm doing
to Red Oak, kind of in between matches right now, some JV matches. Let me tell you what has taken place in boys wrestling. It was Glenwood over Red Oak, 60-22 in boys wrestling, and it was Lewis Central over Shenandoah. This is in round one, 41-27. In girls wrestling, Glenwood comes out on top, 36-6. We have some junior varsity matches that are just, if you're watching on our stream, we have some junior varsity matches that are taking place there. And then we will have a couple of special recognitions here this evening. We have the youth wrestling recognition, which will take place when we wrap up with junior varsity matches here. Then in round two, it is also senior night, so we'll have senior recognition a little later on as well. So a lot going on, and would encourage you to stay with us, listening on the radio. Thanks for listening, or if you're watching on either our YouTube channel or on our website, whichever, thanks for watching. And again, kind of what we are working with here this evening, we're going to generally stay with the black mat, which is what we've done until we had the opportunity to hop over and pick up some on the orange mat, and that's kind of how we're going to roll through the evening here. So been some good wrestling so far, a special night, a fun night. And if you haven't watched a wrestling match in a while, I would encourage you to hop in your car and come on down or enjoy it with us here in Red Oak. If you can, if you can't, just sit back and relax and enjoy the commentary. But again, junior varsity matches taking place, and we will continue with more wrestling after this. Make note, one other thing, make note of our sponsors when you have the opportunity, and tell them thank you for making it possible for us to be here and broadcast wrestling to you here on KCSI. We sure like to do it, and they make it possible. Thanks to those sponsors, and when you have the opportunity, let them know you appreciate it as well. Back to Red Oak Wrestling here on KCSI. Eli Bales with the call, and color commentary provided by none other than the Red Oak Superintendent Ron Lorenz. Who knew, Mr. Lorenz?
I love it.
I'm laughing at the fact that you even characterize that as color commentary.
Color commentary, great spot on analysis of all the wrestling taking place here in Red Oak this evening. Junior varsity matches are taking place as we speak. And we have had round one is complete at this point. Again, junior varsity matches taking place. Let me tell you what happened. And it was Glenwood over Red Oak 60-22 in round one. And the Lewis Central Shenandoah match, Lewis Central comes out on top 41-27. In girls wrestling, it was Glenwood over Shenandoah 36-6. That was on the girls side of things. And like I said, we do have junior varsity wrestling taking place now. Then we will have youth recognition and then be back at it for round number 2. After round 2, we'll have senior night. There's a lot going on here in Red Oak this evening. So moving through these, they've gone to both mats now with junior varsity to get through these matches a little quicker. So that's nice.
Absolutely.
When is the put you on the spot, Mr. Lorenz? Maybe, and Eli might know this as well. The girls wrestling here, what is it? It's toward the end of January.
January 31st.
January 31st.
We are hosting the 1A,
yep.
Class 1A Girls Regional Wrestling Tournament. I think there are 15 teams.
I think that's right.
And it's going to be quite an event. We're going to be using both gyms, and we're really working hard to put on a good show. So looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a great opportunity to showcase our wonderful facilities and see some really outstanding girls wrestling.
Yeah, absolutely. So would encourage people to kind of, pencil that in if you haven't been to wrestling or haven't seen. Girls wrestling it's been around. Girls have been wrestling for a while, but sanctioned now is this year number 3.
You know what?
As sanctioned?
I'm really proud of the fact because Coach Podliska, our program, really took a lead in advocating for and trying to garner support for girls wrestling, and it means a lot to us that it's taken off the way it has, and also that we have the opportunity to host such a tournament. So I girls wrestling, I think, is something that's near and dear to my heart. I was telling Eli, I really enjoy the passion and the joy that the girls demonstrate. Sometimes, and I say this as a former wrestler and a former wrestling coach, sometimes the boys can get a little moody, can get a little surly, you can get some attitudes. You don't see that with the girls. They just go out and they wrestle for the sake of wrestling, and they enjoy it, and there's tremendous sportsmanship. And it's a great experience. I would encourage everybody to come out and watch, because if you haven't watched girls wrestling duel, you've missed it.
Yeah. So put that on it'll be a great opportunity to see really all of the teams from across the whole region will be here. So come on and watch, and it should be a good time.
Best wrestling of the year you're going to be able to see here on January 31st.
Yep, so
absolutely.
Put that on. Should
Top
be fun.
3 hardest district in the state of Iowa, too, as well. So there's a lot of ranked wrestlers that are going to be down here.
That's a growth sport.
Yeah.
Girls wrestling is a growth sport, for sure.
Absolutely.
I was visiting with someone who was looking statistically, and they were talking about kind of the state of girls athletics, and the two sports that are actually growing, volleyball and wrestling.
Yep.
Basketball seems to be on the decline.
Yep.
Softball is on the decline, but as a wrestler, I'm very excited about the fact that girls are flocking to the sport, and I think they're making it better.
Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, girls basketball. You look, even close to home, numbers in basketball are down across the board. Even some of the bigger schools in the region have low numbers compared to Spleakins just a few years ago. So, without a doubt.
Well, and the person I was talking to attributed that to club volleyball and other opportunities. I don't know if that's the case or not, but
well, there are opportunities to do whatever you want to do any time of the year, basically. Pick a sport, and there's an activity around it that you can do at a club level, generally speaking. So,
absolutely.
Well, and I'll say personally, as a wrestler, I don't know much about basketball, so I've really come to enjoy volleyball as well. So maybe it's not a coincidence that my 2 favorite girls' sports are kind of the main thing going here in Red Oak, huh?
Yes.
I don't know.
Could be. So, all right.
I don't know if we're having this duel here first.
What are we doing here, Eli? Kind of bring me up to date. Mr. Lorenz tells me we have to be quick to keep up with this.
Yeah, I'm trying to look myself, too. I was thinking that there was youth night that's going to happen right now. They might have just done the flip and just waited and said, "Hey, we can do the flip now." But I'm
just to keep it moving along here. But
yes, I'm going to assume after this match right here that they'll be getting on to youth wrestling night, which is always fun to be able to see. You want to recognize those guys and get them out because this is their big stage. You know, they look at these high schoolers as superstars, and to be able to get them out on a stage like this, to be able to see, hey, I'm going to be out there wrestling one day, boy or girl, that's awesome to be able to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more after this.
Yeah, that was kind of a shameless plug for the
when you can welcome back to Red Oak, and we do have our youth recognition here, and there are a bunch of them for our youth.
It's always fun to be able to see that and you get the coaches and the kids out there. When is the Red Oak Youth Wrestling Tournament? That's got to be coming up at some point, I think. I don't know when that is, but I remember coming down to that here too as well when it was just the single gym, walking down through the doors. You know, I remember wrestling a lot of Red Oak kids there back in the day, and it's always good to see the program be able to grow and get these kids recognized.
Absolutely, and there are a lot of kids here that are being recognized as well, so there you go.
And now we'll see round number 2, and that round number 2 is going to be Lewis Central and Red Oak. And you're going to have, right after that, Red Oak versus Glenwood, Red Oak girls versus Glenwood in a duel. So, and that should be a highly competitive duel for the girls' side of things. You've got 4 open weights here going up against 5 open weights of Glenwood, so it should be a highly competitive duel for the Red Oak girls versus Glenwood. And we'll have Lewis Central and Red Oak get started here momentarily. After that, we will have our senior recognition. And then on round 3, it'll be Glenwood versus Lewis Central and Red Oak versus Shenandoah, and Red Oak versus Shenandoah on the girls' side of things.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get this pulled up correctly and get going. Notre Dame and Penn State tonight. That's going to be one that's going to be good. Aaron, you got anybody you have, Mr. Lorenz?
Notre Dame, Penn State? No.
Yes. No. Oh.
No.
No.
Mr. Lorenz?
Nobody. Well,
Who do you have, Eli?
I want to say Penn State because I want to root for the Big Ten, but I don't know. Notre Dame looks pretty good, too. I really like Marcus Freeman.
Eli, I'm going to do my best not to give a commentary on NIL agreements or transfer portals. So if you want to talk about the NFL and the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm there for you. But I'm going to just skip over the college football.
Her and Mr. Rollins and Maryland would get along just fine then. I'm a Packers fan, so it's
Eli, there's no accounting for taste.
yeah, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, goodness. But we'll get things started here. Looks like we're moving along here fairly well, too, as well.
And I would note, gentlemen, that I did lose a couple of cameras. So hopefully, with any luck, I can get another camera back up in here. And I apologize because one of those would be our scoreboard camera. So I'm going to work on that while Eli continues his commentary here. Luckily, we do have one remaining camera, but we'll continue to work on that.
If we're on the mat, we should be good to go.
Any other plugs you want to make, Mr. Lorenz?
Well, after the last gaffe while I thought we were off the air, I think I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Oh, that's good stuff right there.
Let's see if we got the captains that met in the middle, and we'll over on the orange mat, Glenwood and Shenandoah will get ready to go. And it's going to be starting at 1:06. Red Oak will go out. Looks like Lewis Central is going to be open. And then I think why? Because they would just bump and just match him the rest of the way through. So that's exactly what they did. And they will get the forfeit. And then Weston Porter will also get a forfeit. And then they'll go all the way down to 26, and we'll start back at 1:32. Looks like that'll be Dayton Gussman of Red Oak and Schorsch of Carter Schorsch of Lewis Central. Get that camera back up yet?
I'm working on it. We have our black camera. We have it on the black mat, but I have, of the 3 cameras, I have 2 of them that are down. So,
well, I'll tell you what, I will say the score plenty of times. Maybe this is why we're missing Melanie right now. She seems to have that magic touch.
Easy now.
Over on the orange mat there, it looks like Glenwood takes the lead here 12-0. You know, last year Shenandoah actually picked up the win against Glenwood in the duel, I'm pretty sure. But now again, 12-6 that score over there on the orange mat. That should be another good duel that's going to happen. And we're going to go all the way to 1:32. Dayton Gussman of Red Oak and Schorsch. Let's see if I get that right.
Yeah. You just keep talking there, Eli.
I'm just going to try.
You, Mr. Lorenz, provide the color commentary, and I'm going to.
Well, I think we finally got a match here on the black mat.
Yes, we'll get things going out here with Schorsch of Lewis Central and Gussman of Red Oak. And you know, with having these open weights, the Tigers really got to be able to go for some bonus points here. You know, wrestle your match. A win's the win when you want to have team aspects of things. You're going to have to be able to have a couple falls go your way, but we're going to get ready to go here at the center.
And it would be nice to score some points early on because I know the Tigers are a little bit depleted in the upper weights.
Absolutely.
And Lewis Central is particularly strong, so we've got to make some hay.
Yes, and you got to make it happen here at these lighter weights, just like Mr. Lorenz was saying. Shores of Lewis Central, Gussman of Red Oak still staying here at the center. Tap and goes here from Shores. Gussman now onto a hand. Nice job there from Shores bringing the pressure at forward on this elbow off. They're still here right on the left part of the mat. Minute 29 left here, 18-6 leads. Gussman in on trying to get on a single leg, and a nice job from Shores. You can see the strength with that whizzer right down on the edge of the mat. Does a really good job of whizzering down hard and gets himself to the edge. They're going to restart. Minute 22 left here, still 0-0 our score. Still staying here at the center circle. Shores, you know, you can just tell he's got some really good physicality, but you can also see that Gussman has as well. Shot fake there from Shores.
Yeah. They're definitely feeling each other out a little bit.
Absolutely.
Seeing if the other is going to do anything, maybe make a mistake that they can take advantage of.
Yeah, and that's what you need here in these first period. Nice elbow off. That's one of the best best collar ties, I think, in the book, too, as well. When you can elbow off and bring pressure and shoot through that tie, I think it's very effective here. You've seen Shores try to do it twice. Now goes to a Russian tie into an over-underhook position here. Now goes to an elbow off, nothing out of it. And they're going to stay at the center here with 39 seconds left in this first period.
Still no score.
Still staying on their feet, sliding around here. Standing in a kind of a taller position here is Shores. Gusman trying to be able to find a way to get in on a shot. Low ankle, low single leg right there for Shores.
Okay.
Gusman does a good job trying to be able to roll through.
Know where you're at. Know where you're at. Doggone it.
And Shores does a really good job.
That was a good job.
You know, and that's one thing when you got a guy that's rolling through. If I can just hang on this leg and keep a little distance, because they want you close to the body, but if you can able to get that little bit of distance, hang on to that leg and just follow from behind, you're usually going to end up on top and get that 3.
Yeah, and I think Lewis Central was doing a little cat and mouse there. Gusman was doing a nice job of changing levels and moving, and the kid from Lewis Central just pounced.
One lock hands call that was missed there. And a roll through attempt here coming from Gusman now onto this angle. Needs to be careful though, because this is where a cradle
kind of an awkward cradle.
almost looked like it was halfway into a spladle and then decided, hey, I'm going to lock this up over the top.
He had his legs split and couldn't quite get it locked up. So
3-0 the lead. It's going to be Shores' choice. It was Gusman's choice. Gusman will defer. Shores is going to choose neutral, which, you know, they obviously do a little bit of game planning because that's where Gusman likes to be, is on top with the leg rider like he is. Minute 55, just starting off here in the second period. Shores again leads here 3-0. Gusman needs to be able to get onto his attacks here. You know, you can see him every now and then. He likes to get into these underhooks, but needs to get onto his attacks. Really looks like Shores, they're going to go back to the center. They're going to call them both for putting hands into the eyes there.
Try to calm them down a little bit.
Yep, and you know, a lot of touch and tap and goes on top of the head. Gusman and Shores.
Looks like they both have a great deal of respect for one another, so they're being pretty cautious.
Yeah, it's a nice job from Gusman on a reshot. Just needs to be able to pick this up and elevate it. Nice job from Gusman. You know, you see the tap and goes a little bit with a little shot fake from Shores. Gusman does a nice job getting his hips in, closing down that space, and gets himself a great blast double to tie this matchup 3-3 with 1:05 left in the second.
And he's got that chicken wing. Yep, not going to be able to work anything with it at this point. But
it's a great position here that Gusman likes to be in. You know, if he can especially get a ride out here, this would be huge to get himself a choice down to the third. Now going on to the right side. Shores does a good job getting up to his feet. Gusman does a really good job with this crotch ankle ride, this crotch pick up and lift mat return. And they're going to go out of bounds. Shores is still on bottom. Shores is set. Gusman will now cover. Gusman with a little crab wide down the left side with a tight waist. Back up to their feet. Now going again for another crotch lift. Nice job. Now onto a switch. That's really impressive when you can do that from your feet, almost like a semi-standing switch that was right when they landed on the mat. You want to give up one, not two in this position here. Got to wrestle tough here on the edge of the mat with 32.
Oh, that was well done.
And Shores just does a good job of just getting the hips in tight and be able to roll through now, trying to be able to throw the grapevines in. And they're going to still fight here. 19 seconds left. Still kind of has some time. Gusman needs to continue to fight, trying to be able to get the higher head position here. But Shores does a good job continuing to fall. Going to get 4 near fall. Gusman needs to be able to shake this off here. Land up on top. Going to get a reversal for 2. Maybe get some swipes out of this. Going to get at least 2. Nice job from Gusman. Going to get 2 near fall. Brings us back to a 9-7 match. You know, Shores lands up on top. Does a nice job with pumping the hips through. Gets Gusman onto his back. Gusman fights off. Gets himself a reversal and from near fall for himself.
That was quite an exchange. You know, that right there on the edge of the mat. I think that Gusman thought that he was just going to try to get that stand up, just get the 1 point, and that kid hit a headlock.
Yeah, and just be able to get the hips tight and throw that through.
It's a good exchange.
Absolutely. Now it's got to be able to be go time for here. Really tight weights from Shores. Hard to be able to hit a switch attempt with that tight of a waist. Gusman needs to not be able to go down to his belly. Needs to keep a good base here. Shores tries to be able to step his leg through and roll through. Another scramble position here. Gusman needs to be able to sink the hips, keep bringing the hips back, get the higher head here up on top. Shores is in a good position here to be able to continue to get rolled through, and that's going to be swipes here.
It's going to be tough.
Nice job.
Good, Shores. Turn down. Yep, turns down.
And still continue to wrestle here is Gusman. Going to get 4 near fall out of this, and then Gusman trying to be able to get his hips back in tight. Now has a double leg, needs to elevate this and bring his hips in tight. Now should go a neck wrench though from Shores, gets himself a reversal for 2. Now we're back to a 13-9 match for Gusman. He's got to be able to go and get some near fall. Has a crossface here on the left side, trying to be able to roll on a wrist, trying to pop the arm forward. Now going down to a leg, 44 seconds left here. Shores can really honestly just sit here and stall as much as he wants. There's going to be one. It's a little early too.
Yeah, and I think Gusman's just looking for any opening, any pinning combination that he can execute. He's gone from there's at half.
And right there, if he can hop sides really quick, I think maybe for Gusman, a good position right here, might be able to cut him and then go up to your feet. I think you cut him, give him the one, get the pressure, get another stall call, and go for yourself to get a takedown here and maybe some back points. Yep, and that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's going to have to be quick.
Gusman's got to be able to go. 24 seconds left here. 14-9 our score. Preferably needs a feet to back.
Now Lewis Central has been hit with the stalling already.
Yes. Needs to be able to finish this shot here and maybe swim himself for a half. Keep that arm, getting himself a takedown. Now it's going to be 12. Needs to be able to either go or cut him. And it looks like he's going to.
Working that cradle. He's not going to have time.
And what a great match from both these wrestlers here. They'll see each other down the road again at the Hawkeye 10 tournament, but a nice job from both these guys. A lot of action, a lot of scramble positions. And what really was the difference maker there was that headlock that was thrown down there at the edge of the mat.
Yeah, and that was quite a move. That was impressive, to say the least. So
some great mat
credit
awareness.
to that kid.
Absolutely. And now we're going to move on down to, let's see,
138.
38.
Vanscoy of Red Oak.
Vanscoy of Red Oak, and it's going to be, I want to say it's going to be Brewer.
Another match, two very similar body types.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's one type of thing too as well, where Vanscoy, a guy that's able to step his way into the varsity lineup here, and it looks like Brewer's a senior. Vanscoy is a sophomore. Vanscoy trying to be able to reach out, get himself into a collar tie. Over on the orange mat there, Glenwood leads 17-6 over Shenandoah. Nice slide by to a takedown here coming from Brewer.
He's got those long legs on. I think that's exactly where he wanted to be. Now he's working that. Working that arm.
And I've just been impressed to be that tall and lengthy and only weigh 138 pounds. It's impressive to see. And that's the more and more style you see now is these more lengthy style kids. They're able to actually do a little bit more, and it's impressive to see Vanscoy do a good job facing him. And right there, he's going to be able to cut him.
And he's going to start it all over again because I get the impression he wants to put those legs on and see if he can get a cheap turn.
Yeah, so Vanscoy in himself on a leg, trying to be able to cut the corner and turn.
Good shot.
A great shot attempt, but Brewer does a good job keeping the separation. Now he's going to go himself for a cheap tilt. Going to get himself one swipe. There's going to be 2 for near fall. He's going to cut Vanscoy again. Now leads here 8-2. No cut rewarded yet. Good hard cut from Brewer. Now onto an elbow, off to a Russian, now out to an outside single. Nice job from Vanscoy, bringing the hips down to the mat, but a great job from Brewer to be able to grab that arm. Now goes for the half. Vanscoy is able to roll through. 30 seconds left in this first. 11-2 is the score, now about to be 11-3. We'll go back here to the center. Vanscoy's been in on a couple shots, but a nice job from Brewer has been able to keep the hips far. You can tell a highly experienced wrestler here.
Yeah. He's got a lot in his repertoire.
Absolutely. Nice job there as well. Has an outside single, wasn't able to get it, then works his way back to the other side. and gets himself another takedown and leads 14-3 with
He's going
1
to get
second.
back points? No.
That's it for the first. Lewis Central leads 21-6, and their wrestlers up 14-3 as we head into the second here.
Brewer's choice. Brewer's going to choose neutral.
He's doing a little work on his knee.
Yeah, I think
Here
this
we
is
go.
the point. I think Van Scoy is going to be best served just to attack.
Absolutely.
I don't want to see him sit back and wait.
Yeah, it's got to be able to go, and you got to be able to find some moves here. Brewer again does a nice job, gets himself the takedown here. Now up with the leg sled in the front, now going for a Molker.
It's going to be it.
Going to get himself 3 near fall and get himself the tech fall. Nice job there from Brewer again. Does a good job just in tight positions, able to continue to get some good shots. Van Scoy tried to be able to fend those off, but Brewer's just too much. Gets himself the tech fall victory, and now that lead's going to be 26-6, Lewis Central.
Well, and Eli, this is something you've said many times this evening. They just keep moving.
Yes.
They roll through.
And you're in positions that, it's one of those things I always thought that you got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yep.
And you can tell with these guys, they're very comfortable in those positions.
And I think Lewis Central does a nice job of stringing things together. You'll see, the kid from Lewis Central be on his knees and hit a Kelly, and then he'll sit back to his hip and just do different things. And the movement is paying off.
And on the attack, you can just see it just like we did right here. Now gets himself to a front head and arm position, to a bear claw ride. Now throws in the leg here. Going to maybe throw in both. Close to a full Nelson, but keeps his hips back. Now looking to be able to come across
for a guillotine.
the body. Yeah, golly, that's painful. Tries to pull this out with a guillotine.
That's what well, good. Get your arm back.
Now looking for a spladle. Yeah. Now I want to say we're at 144, and I think this is Volentine.
There's a guillotine again.
And
don't give him that arm. He's going to scoop the head, and he's in a tight spot.
Yeah, tight spot to be able to sit back now, and he's got this locked up here pretty tight. He's got plenty of time on the clock here too as well, and can just sit down and gets himself the fall at 144. Going to get 6 on the board for Lewis Central.
Yep.
And we'll move on down to 150.
Lewis Central, very technically proficient.
Yes, technically proficient and just likes to be on the attack.
And aggressive, yeah.
150, Red Oak looks to be open.
As you know, it's interesting when you get
Sandholm.
Well, Sandholm's going to bump up to 150.
32-6 is the score. Lewis Central with the lead.
And as you know, Eli, when you've got a couple of tough kids that are battling each other in the practice room, that just makes for some good matches. And you can just see these Lewis Central kids. There's just a concentration of them right here in the middle that they're very, very capable.
And and a lot of these guys probably battled for some weight class positions here as well. And you can see that when you got a tough room like they do, you're able to master your craft almost essentially. And it's a battle every single day in practice. And we're going to go with 1:30 left here in this first period. It's Sandholm of Red Oak, and it looks to be Derek Gregory and Sandholm going to be going off here at 150, front hand and arm position with underhook here on the left side. Earlier we saw that Kelly coming from Sandholm, now going down to the left ankle, now going for a head in the hole.
Yeah, and he's got something there, almost.
Nice job from the hips here. Good job from Sandholm. Keep his hips back. Now there's that cow catcher position that we're able to see. Just needs to stay patient. Can be able to now step through on this. Nice job from Gregory showing off his strength and that core strength that he has right here to be able to stay in place. He has this in pretty deep. Just needs to stay patient.
And just grind a little bit. Not, as you say, just let it come to you. Don't give up that position.
And nice job from Gregory. Just holds on to that core strength, but a tight cradle looking to be locked up here. But a nice job again from Gregory on the defensive side of things. Able to elbow down hard, keep that tight core, knows where he's at now here on the edge of the mat, and was able to get himself a reset with 30 seconds left. Sandholm and Gregory. Now on to the center of the mat, both flat-footed here with a collar tie, goes for an elbow off. Sandholm again with the collar tie, looking for these underhooks that he really likes to get to. Underhook here on the left side. not really any pressure from an over. He's kind of letting Sandholm do it.
Nice shot.
As he did, Sandholm's trying to be able to scoot to a corner here, get himself 3 before the period ends. Needs to be able to hook that leg here with his.
Should.
And that's going to do it for the first.
Well, you just don't get any closer than that.
No, if you get 2 more seconds left on that clock, I'm sure he's able to get it. Gregory's choice. Gregory's going to defer. Sandholm is going to choose neutral, which I think is smart. Still 0-0. Goes another mean collar tie, pressuring in.
That was an aggressive collar tie.
And now is able to get himself another front head and arm position. Has this cow catcher in, but Gregory's doing a good job. Now goes for the neck wrench. But nice job from Sandholm to keep the hips back. Needs to be careful.
Oh my,
though,
that's nice.
Deep. Nice job from Sandholm. Kind of went for the risk and sat down to that hip to really get that leverage.
Just settle in, and now he's got him in trouble.
Just needs to settle his hips plenty of times. He likes throwing the grapevines too.
There's the pin.
And able to get the fall. Nice job. Again, not always going to get in the first, but nice job from Sandholm to stay patient. Gets himself this fall here in the second. And we'll move on now. Nice job. Again, get 6 points on the board here for Red Oak. We'll move to 157. Going to be Purdue. But Red Oak. And let's see here if it's going to be Isaac Bates. Yep. Be
Isaac Bates.
Isaac Bates and Jackson Purdue.
Now, if I recall, Bates had a heck of a match previously, so this could shape up into being a good one.
Absolutely. I think that match that happened earlier was that with Babe. Yeah, that was with Babe when he threw those legs in.
Yeah.
But Purdue and Bates, heavy collar tie on the right side for Purdue. Down on the wrist here is Bates. Creates that separation. They break out of it. Now comes again for a collar tie. Still staying separate with some hand fighting here.
Yeah, they're clobbering one another. There's good movement.
Absolutely. Now going to an underhook. Here still wrestling onto the edge of the mat. Now onto a 2-on-1. Breaks out of it. Onto a wrist here. Now goes for a really far shot here. Now to a reshot, and they're going to go out of bounds. A little too much distance for Purdue to take that shot. Bates does a good job of redirecting him with his head. Low shot attempt here coming from Purdue. Right off the whistle. Minute 24 left here in this first period.
I like the movement that I'm seeing, but I just the half-hearted shot is not what we want to do at this point. So,
you got to be able to find a way to commit to those shots. Nice low ankle snag there coming from Purdue. Just needs to wrap his hips around and just
works
up the body, just like you said. Get your arm back on the left side and get around the waist. You're going to be able to drive in and get this shot because he's got no option but to belly out. Still nothing
got
yet.
His head buried. If he can get his head out of there a
That's
little bit.
That's a 4-figure lock on the head.
Yes,
almost.
it is.
Nice job there from Purdue to be able to just stay patient, fights off the feet, be able to step his head through, gets himself a takedown for 3, and now leads 3-0 with 35 seconds left in this first period. Still working here on the edge of the mat.
Nice.
And that's where he's still got to continue to wrestle here onto the edge of the mat. Over on the orange mat, 23-6, Gilman leads over Shenandoah, and they're going to be on to 144. Nice knee slide there, right on the edge of the mat too as well. You got to be able to continue to wrestle.
You can't give that up there. Just a little pressure against that, he's going to be in business. But
yes, and with only 16 seconds left on the clock.
Another opportunity to get one of those sharp takedowns like last time, so we'll see what he does.
Absolutely. Now on to a heavy collar tie on the right side. You can see Lewis Central loves to get that wrist control, and they do so early, and that's going to do it for your first period.
Lewis Central with the lead, 32-12. We're at 157.
Purdue's choice. Purdue will defer, and Bates will choose bottom. Bates will now get set. Purdue will cover. Going to be a caution on Purdue. It's going to be a fall over there on the orange mat for Shenandoah. Chop and jam now, a switch attempt here coming from Bates back up to his feet. Purdue looking for a mat return here, needs to do it so. Those are those dangerous ones where you're rolling back almost on top of yourself, but Purdue's able to do a good job of keep his hips higher. Now looking for a head lever, another switch attempt here coming from Bates back up to his feet. And that's what you like to see is just that consistent movement. If the switch isn't there, from a switch, you can do a sit out, turn in, stand up, whatever you want to be able to do, and Bates does a good job of that. Now onto our wrist again. They break out of it, still staying here at the center. 3-2 our score. 2 escapes from Bates and a takedown from Purdue. Heavy on the head there is Bates on the edge of that. Now looking for a low shot is Purdue. Again, another collar tie on the right side. Now just almost
deep.
A replica shot there.
Yeah, that was a deep single.
Bates does a good job of securing the one leg.
And we're in that same situation where he's just got to climb up the body, get his head out of there.
Purdue's best case scenario, try to look for a stalemate, but right there it's going to be the head that pops out. And there's the takedown for 3 and flips the score now to 3-5. 46 seconds left. This would be huge for Purdue to be able to get yourself an escape because it's your choice into the third period.
Oh, cheap roll.
Cheap roll, and Purdue's able to step in, keep that reverse half. Now sink the hips back, but it's going to get himself the reversal and ties this thing back up 5-5.
Was he close to getting near fall there, Eli? I thought he was going to get some.
I think if he sunk his hips down just a little bit more, he would have definitely had that turn and get some near fall. 15 seconds left here, 5-5 still the score. Needs a tough ride out right now. Just needs to be able to sit down here on this with 10 seconds left. Sit onto this ankle here and be able to get yourself into this third period when it's your choice onto a spiral ride. But again,
nice.
Got to be able to continue to follow, and that's going to be it for the second period. Nice job from Purdue to be able to continue to follow.
Bates doing a nice job of chaining moves as well. He goes, like you said, that switch to a long sit, turn down.
He's not stagnant, that's for sure. And they're going to, interesting choice. Purdue goes neutral. And you know your wrestler best, and you want to be able to go neutral and get yourself this takedown. Now to a Russian tie. Nice job. Just picks it right off of the collar tie. Pressuring in forward, breaks out of it, and they're going to go back to the center. Great match here, tied up 5-5 with Purdue and Bates. Collar tie again here on the right side. Some interesting stuff on a roll through. Going on to the orange mat. That's a great match that's going to happen there at 157 as well.
Bates has a good shot.
Bates again on just an identical shot that he had before. Now trying to be able to continue to get his way out.
Okay, now we've got to move.
Bates is able to get himself the takedown now with now holding onto the foot, now trying to be able to throw the legs in here and trying to be able to ride this thing tough. Purdue's got to be able to shake this off. He is just a tad bit high, but now he's able to sink that leg in pretty deep.
And he's staying behind his armpit, so he's got a little safety net there.
Oh, nice job from Purdue.
There we
sneak
go.
him way out the back door and needs to be able to try to get some swipes out of that. Going to get a reversal for 2.
You got to turn him.
Now going to bring this 8-7. Either cut or think you're going to get yourself a turn.
Eli, I don't want to cut him at this point. He's been pretty productive on his feet. I want to try to turn him.
Yeah, and that's a great point, too, especially with 2 takedowns as well coming from Bates. Now it's going to be 9-7. Takedown gives him the lead here. Saw that takedown earlier in the first period from Purdue, but he's got to be able to get back to his attacks. 20 seconds left here.
And if you notice, Bates has got that arm posted. He's doing everything he can to keep his hips away.
Yes.
He's going to be hard-pressed to.
And there's that stall call. Purdue's got to be able to go. You can tell there's going to be a second caution on Purdue. One more is going to be a point. Needs to be careful. Purdue's on the move.
Got to be quick.
13 seconds left here. 10 seconds. Purdue's got to be able to go.
Hey.
Goes for the big moves and then wasn't in tight enough on the big move. And Bates is going to be able to slip by and get himself the takedown and end up winning this 12-7. Great match out of both these guys, but I think the factor here was Bates just got on those 2 attacks in that second period and was able to pick himself up the victory 12-7.
And you can't be critical. He was running out of time. Mm-hmm. He took a shot. It didn't work out. I give him credit for being aggressive and just fighting to the whistle.
Absolutely, and you got to be able to do that. When you give yourself a chance, it's never over until that clock hits 0, especially in a wrestling match. Should have a good one here with Adam Byer of Red Oak. And it's at 165 going up against Grave of Lewis Central. This will be at 165. Byer and Grave still here at the center.
I love to watch Adam Beyer wrestle because it just seems to me that he is just constantly just setting a trap. He's just waiting to see what he can exploit, what mistake that his opponent's going to make. And even when he's not doing something, it looks like he's doing something.
Yeah, and it's always valuable to be able to have the patience in wrestling when you think you need to be on the go all the time, but when you create the angles, that's where it really creates a difference. Nice shot right there coming from Beyer. Goes out to an outside single leg, needs to be able to finish this. Now you can take some patience here. Brings it out in front. Now goes for a back trip, and a nice job from Beyer right there. Gets himself a takedown for 3.
Eli, I noticed that Aaron's over there laughing. I think he's making fun of my existential analysis.
Yeah. Even when he's not doing something, he's doing something.
It's perfect. It's that's why we say that wrestling's just weird like
we're
that.
getting philosophical here now.
You said be colorful. I'm trying to be colorful.
Oh, and right here, Beyer now onto a wrist. Trying to bring his pressure forward. I'd like to see him just get on his toes a little bit more here and pry out this wrist. Looks like he's going for a ball and chain.
He does do a nice job of controlling his hips, though, and as you know, when you're on the mat like that, you're exerting a lot of energy.
Absolutely, and you got to be able to conserve as much as you can. And with points that Beyer likes to score here, but you can tell this kid's tough here on bottom here is Graves, but Beyer does a good job riding tough on top, trying to be able to thread the needle, get himself into an armbar situation, and maybe a little tilt action out of it. But that's going to be it for the first period. Beyer leads now here 3-0. Going to be Graves' choice. Graves going to defer. I think Beyer's going to go onto his feet. One thing that's pretty unique tonight that I've seen, a lot of the road wrestlers have been choosing neutral and go on your feet. They feel more comfortable. You know your team best and be able to go that route. Still staying here at the center. Collar tie again here from both these guys in an ear-to-ear situation, bringing a lot of pressure in forward. Still ear-to-ear. Now back.
Yeah, waiting for Beyer to snap him down. He's leaning quite a bit.
Now goes to a nice lat toss, just a nice lat drop toss. Looks like it's got to be a fall right there.
Got the toe in. That was beautiful, wasn't it?
Yes, and when you're creating that pressure, you could tell Beyer was just baiting him, pressuring in forward, and just like you said.
When he's not doing something, he's doing something.
Yes. And and right there just goes to show, when you're
Spot
not
on analysis. That's it. There you go.
But you're right.
Yes.
That's what I was talking about with Adam just setting the trap, because he gets the kid pushing and he uses that against him. Uses his own leverage.
Yes.
To go to the mat, take him down, and pin him.
And Over got a great duel over there on the orange mat. 24-3. Shenandoah now leads. Cradle position there for Fauble. Gets himself another takedown now for 3. Now we're going to go back here to the black mat. Going to be now at 175. Chance Chappell of Lewis Central going up against Jackson Terry. It's going to be Terry of Red Oak and Chappell.
Terry really seems to be favoring that knee at this point.
Yeah, you can tell he's trying to be able to be tough here.
I think even after the last match, though,
Yeah.
he left the gym immediately. I think he was experiencing a great deal of discomfort, and give him credit for coming back and stepping on the mat.
Man, that's the tough and gritness you got to be able to have in a wrestler, and you can see it. A nice trying to be able to go for the slide by, keep that arm and pop out the back door. Nice job from Chappell to be able to continue to scramble. You can tell, yes, he is really putting a lot of favoritism onto that left leg of his. Chappell just keeping his distance here, trying to be able to make something. Collar tie on the left side for Terry. Pressuring in forward is Chappell. Still on the edge of the mat, tries to be able to go for a slide by attempt, and they're going to go out there on the edge of the mat and now go back to the center.
Terry's frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely. And and it's always terrible as a wrestler too as well when you know the capability you can wrestle too, but when you've got those lingering pains like that, it's tough to be able to go, but credit to him to be able to step out on the mat and try it.
Well, it's hard enough under the best of circumstances.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's like I always said, once you've wrestled everything in life is easy.
I've heard that so many times.
Yeah, and here you go.
See, Aaron, what happens when you wrestle, even when you're not doing something,
You're doing something.
You're doing something.
Yeah.
And 25 seconds left here. 35-18 is our score. Lewis Central leads Another slide-by attempt there coming from Terry. Collar tie onto the left side. Now onto a wrist is Chappelle. Now going for a snap. Still 0-0 our score here. 10 seconds. A lot of pushing back and forth. Outside shot attempt here coming from.
He's got that head. And this might be a place to get yourself out of bounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Know where you're at. And there you go. There's going to be one green
there
right
we go.
there.
Giving him the business.
Absolutely. Just a little extra down there on the edge of the mat. Hey, that gives you that little spike, though.
Absolutely.
I would keep going at it. You're actually going to go now down to the second period. Going to be Terry's choice.
There's still no score, so nothing hurt. Well, I guess 1-0.
And Terry's going to choose neutral. And that front hand and arm position, just like you said, you want to be able to get yourself, I'm in a tight spot here with not that much time left. But Terry's got to be careful here, too, as well. Don't be backing up here. Try to be able to circle. You're up 1-0 now. Your choice. You chose neutral here. Now goes down to that slide-by attempt again. Now goes on to another shot. Terry bringing a lot of pressure forward with a mean underhook here. Snapping onto that side, and they're going to go out of bounds. Nice job. Physicality like you want to see here in this wrestling match.
They about got in with Coach Podliska down there. With
I wouldn't want to get in with Coach Podliska, that's for sure.
I'm not going to fight with anybody that wears pants like that.
You got to be pretty tough to wear those pants.
You got to be tough to wear those britches.
That's similar to there's some analogy. You could probably make it, Ron, like a boy named Sue. You got to be tough and kind of. There's some analogy there.
I'm done with analogies. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. I'm just going to watch this match and enjoy it. Terry, he's doing some good hand fighting, but I tell you what, that knee is just.
You can tell
I think it's betraying him a little bit.
Yeah, you can tell it's an awkward stance, but a nice slide by down to a single leg, trying to be able to finish this onto the edge of the mat. Brings Chappelle back in. Keep bringing him back in and just get onto the feet.
Good
right there.
takedown.
Say that he was out there on the edge.
I think I saw a toe in there.
Golly, and that's close. And, and to be able to get back up after pain like that, you go, gosh, I wish I had that takedown through it. But, when he has those spurts, goes for another slide by down to the drop. That's a slick move.
I felt a little like a Baltimore Raven there. I said I saw that toe was in, and we got robbed. So,
And Terry, again, when he gets to that 2-on-1 and tries to slide it by and pick the leg up as he goes, he's about hit that twice now, going forward again. 26 seconds left here into this second period. Terry of Red Oak and Chappelle of Lewis Central. A lot of just kind of standing still too as well, but you see the spurts that happen here. Shot fake coming from Terry into a collar tie on the left side. 7 seconds left here. It's going to be Chappelle's choice this next period. Still wrestling down on the edge of the mat. Now heavy on the heads, and they're going to go out. Actually, that's going to be the period. It's going to be Chappelle's choice. You got to know Chappelle is definitely going to choose bottom.
Yeah.
1-0 is the score.
Now, does Terry cut him? Wrestle from his feet where he feels a little safer?
I would assume if he doesn't get a tough ride here to start and he gets up to his feet, he's going to let him go, but needs to be careful. Oh, goes for a tilt, going to get two swipes out of it.
He got near fall points.
Wow, nice job from Terry, as Chappelle stands up to his feet, takes the chance and rolls through, but this is where you've got to be still kind of on the offensive attack a little bit and wrestle a little smart. Not wrestling so much on the edge, need to wrestle more towards the center of the mat, circle back in. You now got a 3-1 lead. Need to be able to circle your way back in.
I think he's living on the edge of the mat just out of safety. I think he's a little worried about that knee, and he knows if he can hit something over there and it doesn't go well, he can get himself out and be safe.
Yeah, and too as well, if you can get some time ticked off this clock, you got 2 stall calls to give. You just keep ticking that time down the clock. You've got plenty of time to be able to continue to just do some wrestling here. Hey, if Chappelle's not going to do much, I'm not going to do much with him either.
Eli, I think I said earlier, there is an art to stalling.
There is that art. And again, another shot. There's going to be actually a stall call on Chappelle. So, if Terry just keeps staying here, doing what he's doing, now he can get down. Doesn't need to do anything that's necessarily out of the ordinary, but just keep wrestling your match like he's done this whole time. He's dictate the pace the entire way.
He needs to push. He needs to start putting the pressure on because I think he's got him where he wants him if he will
Yes, and
keep
nice
the pressure on.
heavy collar tie there from Terry. 39 seconds left. Just wrestle how you've been wrestling. Keep the feet going.
No, don't get cute.
No.
Don't get cute.
Just wrestle here. No reason to do that and give Chappelle some more fire. Front head and arm position here. Terry trying to be able to work, and they're going to go out of bounds there onto the edge of the mat. 23 seconds left. Got to be able to wrestle here tough because, Chappelle's now, he sees the clock. He's leaning forward. Should have been a caution there. Got to be able to go. 19 seconds left here. Just keep hanging on to wrist here. Goes for another slide by. Circles back into the edge of the mat.
10 seconds.
10 seconds here for Terry. Just needs to hang on to a wrist here. And they're going to go out of bounds. Now going to be a stall on Terry, but that's fine. You've got 5 seconds left here. You don't need to do anything cute.
And you're up by 2. Even if he hits you with one, you're in good shape.
Yep.
Stay away.
Now here you go, right down with no time left, and they're not going to reward anything. And Terry's able to escape out of that. That's where you got to know what the score is. You got to know the time. You got to know the pressure. Do not be able to do something cute, and they're going to be able to try to shake the exit. They're going to go back to the center here and see if he's going to be able to get some. They're going to say there's nothing rewarded out of that, but they're going to, I think, bring him back to the center. Coach,
I think Coach is going to lose that argument, but I appreciate the fact he's making it.
Yeah, Coach August Mann's trying to see what he's able to get out of that, and I don't think it's going to be anything, and they're going to come back and shake hands. I don't know where he went off to.
Terry won.
Yep, Terry won that match.
3-1.
They're going to be able to go back out, and we're not going to get him, but that's going to be it.
Going to move forward.
Yeah, I thought it was already over, and they already raised a hand, but that's okay. They're going to move on now. 35-21. Great win right there for Terry.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go on to.
Yeah, it started rough, but he really came back hard.
Absolutely, and with seeing that move, you can kind of see with that knee that he was having, all of a sudden, then you get that spurt, maybe a little adrenaline rush, and be able to go. So you're going to go to 190. Looks like Andrew Johnson of Red Oak and Kyle Walling. Walling and Johnson. And Johnson is a guy, you need 6 points. He's the guy that can go out there and do it for you with the big moves that he's able to do. But Walling's a guy that just matches his size too as well.
Is that Walling or Blanchard?
Oh, you're right. That is Blanchard.
Yeah.
Yes. They have 2 listed now. That's why they got 2 190s listed.
He really missed an opportunity there. He was in on a pretty good single leg, and I don't know exactly why he gave it up.
Yeah, that's a great. And they were in a kind of had a front head and arm position, and then he did give that up when he was in on that center leg. It's a great question. Still a lot of hand fighting and pummeling out of these guys here at 190. Underhook here, now switching back to some overs, now into just on a collar tie and hand fighting on the left side. Getting into the fingers. Underhooked here. Now onto an over.
They're both doing a good job trying to work for inside position.
Yeah, they're pummeling on the inside. 50 seconds left here in this first period. 35-21, Lewis Central leads. Inside, and got a collar tie on the right side. Now going slide by. Johnson now gets himself back out in front, and they're still pummeling here in the middle of the mat. Collar tie again here from Johnson. And on a wrist here is Blanchard. Breaking out of the fingers. Just still feeling each other out here with 23 seconds left in this first period. Heavy collar tie on the right side for Blanchard, now bringing a lot of pressure in. You can tell Blanchard is really trying to find a way to get on an offensive attack. Johnson circling his way back in. Shot fake from Blanchard, just kind of ducking his head a little bit. 5 seconds left, tapping going on the head. Really some heavy hand fighting here. Blanchard doing a good job of just keeping heavy pressure on top of the head and giving some hand fight.
That's it for the first. Over on the orange mat, it's Glenwood with the lead over Shenandoah, 34-29 in that duel. They're at 190 as well.
And a nice takedown, almost.
Dickerson and Oust.
There's the takedown.
Oh, here we go.
And Johnson's going to go on bottom. Blanchard will be on top. Chop and jam here onto the right side. Now we're trying to be able to roll on a wrist. Johnson trying to be able to hand fight this. Now he's going to be able to tripod up, pressure in.
Nice.
And he's going to get himself the escape for one. Nice
stand
job.
up, yep.
1-0 Johnson now leads here in this second period. Still here down at the center. You get to these two type of guys, both really some bigger 190-pounders that are out here.
You know, I appreciate the fact that I don't know that Johnson wants to be tied up with Blanchard, but I also don't think I'd want to give him that much distance because I think he's just ready to shoot.
Yes, ready to go at any given moment, especially with the hand fighting you see from Blanchard. He's really kind of keeping a little bit of distance, but then can get inside and really loves to get that wrist control. I'd like to see if Blanchard does something out of that wrist control. Johnson really kind of swinging here, now getting in. Inside collar tie from a distance, though, is Blanchard. Now goes to an over-unders position here. Johnson with the over tries to be able to get himself onto a step-through. Blanchard does a good job of just continuing to wrestle through all the way down to the edge of the mat, and they're going to go out of bounds with 52 seconds left here in this second.
Still a one-point match.
Collar tie for Blanchard again on the wrist, and they break out of it here. Now onto a wrist again. Here is Johnson. Haven't seen a real just a shot attempt on the edge of the mat here for Blanchard. Johnson really has been trying to go for some upper body moves here, some Greco style. 30 seconds left in this second period. Inside collar tie for Johnson, now heavy on the head here. Both these wrestlers staying very heavy in the hand fighting. And
Eli, does it look like Blanchard's a little tired to you?
Yeah, it does, and and it looks like Johnson's kind of really just trying to counteract these ties that he's putting in, and there's some heavy swinging too as well. But Blanchard, I don't know if he's trying to set something up here and stay patient, but with the heavy hand fighting that Johnson's bringing back, it doesn't really look like he's able to do much. What I'd like to see Blanchard do is when he gets onto that wrist, shoot through that tie and be able to go, but he's not going to do so. And it's going to be Blanchard's choice. Blanchard's going to choose bottom. Be a chop and jam on the left side here for Johnson. Now onto trying to be able to throw in this leg here, get himself to a mat return. Gets himself onto a mat return. Nice job from Johnson, trying to ride tough here. Now onto a spiral ride. Looks for a chop. And Blanchard does a good job standing up to his feet, gets hand control, and gets himself in. 1-1 here, minute 30 left here in this match. I haven't really seen any shot attempts yet.
Doing a lot of leaning.
Yes, a lot of leaning back and forth, and that's pretty, you can kind of see in matches like this. If someone's leaning a little too much, you might be getting launched here soon.
And I think Blanchard's starting to feel a sense of urgency, but he's just
kind of
not real decisive in terms of what he wants to do about it.
Yeah, and there's still 1 minute left here in this match. 1-1 is our score. It looks like congratulations over there to Jaden Dickerson. That's going to be 150 wins for Jaden Dickerson of Shenandoah. That's a huge milestone right there to get yourself to 150.
So we're almost down to 40 seconds, and it's anybody's match, Eli.
Yeah. And there's a shot attempt. Blanchard, what I've been seeing, has been really liking to shoot on the edge of the mat, and that's really what's been happening this whole time is a lot of shots from him on the edge of the mat. Gosh, why am I losing my name? Johnson.
Yeah.
Johnson has been doing some heavy hand fighting back. 35 seconds left. Again, still 1-1. His tap and goes on the head, back into the fingers here, now onto a wrist, inside collar tie for Blanchard. Johnson trying to stay in good position.
Again, it looks to me like, well, there's a good shot.
And there's a nice job from Blanchard, lowers the elevation. 15 seconds left here. Johnson trying to be able to hang on. 15 seconds left, 8 seconds left here. Needs to just stay on to this grip. 4 seconds left here. Trying to keep on to this death grip. Blanchard trying to be able to pop out. Nothing's going to be rewarded.
That
was the back tap right there, and they're going to go in. But a nice job from Blanchard.
Yeah.
He could see it, lowers down the elevation and goes. I don't know if she counted down or not, but you know what? Hey, we like extra wrestling. Let's go for it.
And I'll tell you what, we noted the fact that Blanchard seems to be bent at the waist, maybe a little bit gassed. This could be an opportunity for Johnson if he'll just step in there and press the advantage a little bit.
Whoa. They're going to say that's the end of the match. He was talking. Oh my goodness, that is oh my. Wow.
He needs to be careful or he's going
He
to
does,
lose another
but
team
he
point.
must have. That's going to be an unsportsmanlike. I'm going to assume too as well. But I guess what happened was he was complaining about his hand, and you could see him grabbing down his hand, and he must have said some sort of profanity, and that was one for Blanchard, and that was going to do it.
That's too bad. That's a tough ending to an otherwise very competitive match.
And, you kind of take it into your own hands, and that's something that's I just don't agree with. You had a great match going on, and you understand they're kind of in the heat of the moment, and ends the match that way. That's disappointing. So we're going to go on.
2:15.
It's a learning opportunity, and there's a
Absolutely.
lesson there. So.
Absolutely. Going to have to do it. So we're going to move on now to 2:15. Oliver Dykes of Red Oak and Mong of Lewis Central, 38-20. Now the score. And we're going to get started here down to the center of the mat. Dykes and Mong. Heavy on the hands here is Mong going for inside. Both these guys like a style too as well. Likes to be upper body. Comes around the backside here. Gets himself a takedown here for 3. And right here trying to be able to roll through is Dykes. And it's going to be a 3 for the takedown here. Mong's now going to cut him. They're going to go back up to their feet. Pressuring in now forward here is Dykes. Mong with a nice job with a high crotch. Goes off the double off and puts Dykes with another takedown. Now going to lead here 6-1. Going to cut Dykes again. It's going to be heavy on the hand with a hard cut. Goes again with a collar tie on the inside. Trying to be able to go upper body here. Mong again pretty quick onto his feet. Now goes off to a double. Dykes tries to be able to roll through. Gets himself the monkey roll. And still going to be at no points rewarded. Now back upper body here, underhooks here, trying to lat toss his Dykes, but Mong does a good job of bringing his hips back. Dykes wasn't really in that tight enough on it anyways, and Mong's going to go around and get himself another 3 points, and it's going to lead here 9-2 with 45 seconds left in the first period. He's going to go with a head lever here onto the left side with a tight waist. 35 seconds left here in this first. Over on the orange mat, 40-35. Glenwood leaves over Shenandoah, and Boothie wrestling here against Perkins. And Perkins going to be able to try to get around and get himself in a reversal, but nothing rewarded. And down on the edge of the mat, Mong on the black mat is able to get himself locked into an arm bar with 11 seconds left here on the edge of the mat. Try to be able to get a turn for some back points. Nothing reward. Dykes doing a good job trying to be able to fight off that. And they're going to go back to the center. And there's going to be 5 seconds left. Dykes is going to be still on bottom. 9-2 our score. Chop and jam on the left side. That's going to do it for your first period.
They're at 285. Eli over on the orange mat, 215 on the black mat. And it is Glenwood with the lead in the duel, 40-35.
And they're going to go neutral here. Mong and Dykes. Mong again with collar tied, trying to be able to go upper body again as Dykes. A nice back trip right there from Mong. That was a smooth right there. Just slips the ankle right on through the bag, picks up gets the leg picked up as he does it, gets himself another takedown, leads here 12-2. Now in onto a wrist. Goes to a chop and jam on the left side here. 12-2 again the score here. Minute 30 left in the second period. Now trying to lock up this arm bar. Tries to be able to run this through.
Eli, that's a relatively harmless takedown, but there's a high wow factor with that one.
Absolutely, yeah.
I feel like you can feel that all the way up here.
Yeah, you can feel it, especially when you got a couple 215 guys going at it. You can see it. And right there again, Mong's able to get himself a takedown. Leads here 16-2. Now trying again on the left side here, trying to be able to get Dykes flat onto his belly. Dykes got to be able to build a base back underneath himself. Slips in this arm bar, takes one step, tries to sink the hips down through. Dykes onto his back. And looks like he's trying to keep the pressure down here.
He's not giving in.
No, but Dykes doing a good job trying to be able to fight. 36 seconds left here. Mong just trying to bring the hips down, and Will gets himself the fall for Lewis Central. And that's going to move that score. Dykes did a good job trying to be able to fight off that, but Mong did a great job bringing the hips back down. Over on that mat, too, 5-2 to score. You know, Shenandoah does need a fall to be able to win this duel. But Boothie does a good job slipping out of the outside and gets himself a reversal. Over on the black mat for our last match of the night. Or for, excuse me, this duel. There's one more duel after this. It's going to be Infanger of Lewis Central. And it looks like it's going to be Hayden Jones of Red Oak. We're going to go to the center here and shake hands. Pretty light heavyweight, too, it looks like here from Fanger. Collar tie out on the right side here. Onto a wrist here. Breaks out of it. Still staying here at the center. Another collar tie on the right side. Heavy collar tie again, bringing the pressure in. Now goes for a front head and arm. Now actually just trying to get himself down to a snatch single. Trying to be able to roll this through is Jones. Higher man's going to win here, and right here is trying to be able to get this half locked in. That's nice
roll
job
through.
From Jones. Nice job to be able to roll it. Needs to just sink it in a
Yes,
little
pressure.
bit
We
more.
need some.
Now both in this headlock position here, trying to be able to step this through. Nothing rewarded
Have we
yet.
scored any points?
I don't think. Actually, they did.
3, yeah,
give
3-0
3.
to the Lewis Central kid.
So there's going to be 3 for Infanger, still in position here. Now heavy on the head here, looking to be able to go for a power half and try to run this over.
And he's.
Going to continue.
That's a good job
Yes.
of just, as you said, just keep your hips moving, just roll through those things.
And almost lands on top on that, but still on the edge of the mat.
The Glenwood comes out on top of Shenandoah, and that on the orange mat, 46-35 is the score there.
And Aaron, we've got a great crowd tonight.
A great crowd.
254 paid attendance, so that's
There you go.
That's a nice evening
It's
for
almost
wrestling.
it's almost like there's going to be some extracurricular activity, some youth or some sort
Perhaps.
of recognition.
Oh, nice job here from Infanger.
Mark Erickson's a showman. He always makes sure there's something to offer.
That's exactly right.
And a nice job here from Infanger. Chops and jam again on the left side. Heavy on these hips here. 30 seconds left in this first period. Jones trying to be able to build back up to his feet. Now looking for this half and going to pick up this near ankle and try to step this through. But Jones not this time was able to roll through, but doing a good job fighting off to his back. Nice job from Jones. Higher head. And there's going to be 4 near fall rewarded here. Going to try to be able to go for this same move. Jones does not need to look into that. Needs to look away and peel.
5 seconds.
He just needs to fight off of this for these 5 seconds here. I think he might be able to. Oh, they're going to give no pin, no pin. She did tap first. That was right.
Oh,
Eli, you said it. Nothing good happens when you look into a half Nelson.
No, cannot turn into that because nothing good. That's all I got to say.
There's nothing good.
Nothing good to say ever.
No
on that.
good outcome. That's just it.
And it's going to be Infanger's choice. Infanger's going to choose top. Gets the 4 near fall and now leads 11-0. Jones is going to be on bottom. And he will get set. Infanger now will cover.
Jones definitely has the right idea. He just needs to explode. He needs to come up out of that stance, get himself in a neutral position, and see if he can
Absolutely.
catch him, make up some ground.
Yeah, and just be able to go. This is the time to be able to definitely go for that move that you've been waiting for. You've been maybe practiced a little bit and practice to say, hey, if I'm in a situation where I need to get something, I'm going to do it here. Minute 39 left in this second period. Now does a good
He's
job
up.
standing up
That's
to
a
his
good job.
feet. Gets himself the escape for 1. Nice job there from Jones. 11-1 now score.
Giving himself an opportunity.
Absolutely.
And he's got that double underhook.
yeah, go for
He's
it.
going to squeeze him. He's hugging him.
Squeeze it straight down
Oh,
here.
just drop your hips. Drop your hips.
Keep the head. Now
And
reverse
keep
half.
that arm. Keep that arm.
Reverse half. Reverse half. and sink your hips back. Don't roll through. And that's just a little more strength right there.
And experience.
Absolutely. Mat awareness, experience, and that's where you're going to learn more and more in situations like this. And Fanger's able to pick up the fall, and Lewis Central is going to win this duel 49-20 over Red Oak.
Now, are these JV matches on the orange mat?
Yeah, JV matches. We'll have a couple JV matches on the black mat, and then we'll have senior night.
Yep, we're going to take a break here as Lewis Central 50 and Red Oak 20 in that duel. In the duel on the orange mat, it was Glenwood over Shenandoah 46-35. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more here in Red Oak this evening. You're listening to or watching wrestling here on KCSI. Thanks for joining us this evening.
All right. Boys.
Welcome back to Red Oak. Aaron West along with Eli. We lost Mr. Lorenz, Eli.
Yeah, we did, and he did a fabulous job with color commentating. And
He's a wrestling he uses the term a recovering wrestling coach. So
that means he's missing it.
He knows his wrestling, that's for sure. So.
Yes, and that definitely helps you out when you get that going. You get a lot of words that I spit out that probably aren't right, and Miss Lorenz able to come over and help me out on that, which was awesome. But
so now you're stuck with me.
Hey, that's just fine. That's the OG gang right here. That's what we.
And Eli, we're staying with the black mat, and I'm sorry I had some technical difficulties there with two cameras that are now not functional. I apologize for that, but we're going to have the girls wrestling and again do the best we can with the names. There's a lot of stuff going on, so certainly do the best we can. And here we go, Eli.
Yeah, let's get things started here with the girls' duel, Glenwood and Red Oak. We're going to hear at 113 or 105, Maurer of Red Oak and Grasso of Glenwood. Make sure I write those down right. Maurer of Red Oak and Grasso of Glenwood. So Grasso again now going for a shot front hand and arm position now to a headlock here. And they got to be able to reverse half. This is Grasso. Grasso trying to be able to bring her hips back. But Maurer doing a good job of trying to be able to keep her hips down and roll through and end up on top here. But she's got to be able to get her arm back. Grasso needs to be able to bring her hips backwards, grab the other arm, and sink the hips back as she's trying to do right now. And she's trying to continue to keep rolling, and there's going to be your count. She's going to at least get 2 swipes out of it. Grasso doing a good job trying to be able to fight and bring the arm. She needs to get her right arm back at least. 52 seconds left here in this first period. Now Grasso trying to be able to roll her way through. Gets herself rolled through. It's going to be 4 near fall for Maurer. Grasso is able to fight off her back on that, but it's going to be a 7-0 lead now here. Grasso reaches back trying to be able to, number one thing you probably shouldn't do, try to reach back for that head, but she's able to escape out of it. 29 seconds left here, 7-0 the lead here. Grasso leads over Maurer. Now still riding tough here. Chop and jam on the left side, still out in front. Now trying to reach on this ankle. Maurer trying to be able to spin and face. Grasso does a good job keeping the hip pressure. 9 seconds left in this first period. 7-0 still our score. Needs to roll in the wrist, try to bring all the hips down. 1 second left here, and that's going to do it here for your first period. Grasso leads here 7-0. Nice job here. Get some near fall, get some back points, and they're going to go on in the second period. Grasso is going to go on bottom. I'm assuming I'm saying that right, but tries to go for a switch attempt here. Or Grasso. What do you think, Aaron?
Grasso,
that's better. Now a neck wrench situation here. Grasso's going to get a reversal for 2. Now going to lead this match here 9-0. Maurer needs to be able to build back up a base, build up to where she needs to be. Trying to roll out some wrist, but Grasso doing a good job rolling in wrist, keeping pressure forward off to the hip, trying to be able to look for a half. 9-0 the lead, now looking for a butcher. Maurer now trying to be able to find a way to get herself back, and Grasso does a good job of just getting the roll through and gets herself the fall. Nice job from Grasso on the butcher attempt, and she's able to get the fall for Glenwood.
That's some good wrestling right there, Eli.
That's right. And the one thing I noticed about girls wrestling too as well, they just are limber and can able to roll around, and they find themselves in weird situations and able to get yourself through. And right there was an example of one, but at the end of that match, Grasso of Glenwood was able to get herself the fall. We're going to move on now to 110. Red Oak will be open at 110, and it looks like Glenwood's going to be open too as well, but maybe
we got to do some.
Well, it looks like Red Oak's going to be.
That was Osheim, is that correct?
I think that
is. Maddie Osheim at 115. So now we're going to 120.
120 now. We'll see. They're going to just play
So Johansson of Glenwood.
at 120.
Yep. And Elena Kuipers for Red Oak. Johansson of Glenwood, Kuipers of Red Oak.
Johansson of Glenwood and Kuipers of Red Oak. They'll go to the center here, shake hands, and they'll get started here. Johansson bringing a lot of pressure in forward. Now goes down to her wrist on Kuipers, trying to pull it back to her body. Goes to a nice outside single. Tries to be able to pick this up. Needs to continue to move her feet. Kuipers trying to be able to circle out of this front hand and arm, trying to be able to circle her way. Now onto a scramble position there a little bit. Johansson's able to work her way, get herself a takedown, is going to cut Kuipers. 3-1 the score. Johansson leads over Kuipers. Now goes again for another shot attempt. Nice high crotch. He's able to get another takedown for 3. He's going to cut her again. Now Kuipers, now the score 6-2. Now goes for another. Now it actually looks more like a fireman's carry here. Now just switches off to a single, then switches off to a double. Gonna get herself another takedown. Now looking for a half here. And gets Kuipers caught onto her back, looking for a reverse half. Gonna get another cut here out of this. Now leads here 9-3. 50 seconds left in this first period. 12-3, excuse me. Gonna get now the escape. Well, was rewarded earlier. 42 seconds left here. Johansson trying to find another shot attempt here. Kuipers got to be able to get some good defense going, or either some shots. Tries for the front hand and arm. Johansson does a good job now onto a single leg. Kuipers trying to be able to fend this off. Johansson then elevates, gets herself another takedown for 3 with 20 seconds left here. A 15-3 lead. Going to try to get a tough ride out here with 14 seconds left. Now onto a bear claw ride. Looking to be able to go for a chop and jam. 7 seconds left here in this first period. Johansson doing a great job, doing a variety of shot attempts. Nice high C, nice fireman's carry. And that's going to do it for your first period. 15-3 is our lead there for Johansson.
At 120. Some JV matches, Eli, over on the orange mat.
Yep, got some JV matches over going on the orange mat. They're going to go back to the center here, and they're going to be neutral onto their feet. Johansson again goes to an elbow off. Now on to a 2-on-1 that breaks out. Now again, nice fireman's carry from Johansson. Put Kuipers right onto her back. Going to get some swipes out of it. Now looking to be able to get to the fall. And Johansson is going to get 4 near fall and is going to get the tech fall. Nice job from Johansson. Get some great shots in there. Kuipers trying to be able to fight off of that, but Johansson does a good job and is going to be able to pick up the tech fall and now leads this thing here. Red Oak leads still 12-11.
I think we're going to be, Glenwood will be open at 125.
Yep.
So McAlpin takes the mat for the Tigers and the victory.
And at 130, Nicole Bond.
I see Nicole is down there warming up. At 130. Oh.
So
135. So Nicole's going to wrestle 135.
So that was what I think it was, is that
so waiting for the Glenwood wrestler here, Eli.
And
Red Oak leads 18-11.
And it looks like they went and did a forfeit at 135. So they did the double forfeit, then they went and forfeited to Bond.
A little bit of
And then-
gamesmanship there. So we're now at 140.
And I always thought Podgaliska was pretty good at that. You know,
Yeah.
you say, you know what, we're not going to send somebody out. We're going to go a double forfeit. And now you're going to have Maya Rivas of,
Glenwood.
is that right? We got
That's Rivas.
So, yep, Rivas of Glenwood. And then is it Ford of Red Oak?
There you go.
So Rivas and Ford Still going to stay here at the center.
Someone
Rivas.
will let us know if that's not right.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Call our tie here on the left side. Gonna call our tie again here for Ford, bringing pressure in again. Now goes for a nice chuck by here. Nothing comes out of it. Tries to be heavy on the head and snap. And a shot attempt here from Ford. Gets down to a nice single leg, trying to be able to elevate this up. Goes to an upper body position here. They're both in overs and unders. Nothing out of this, trying to be able to stay in these overhooks here, and they're going to go out of bounds. Rivas and Ford, a nice shot attempt there coming from Ford, but Rivas is able to, break away out of it, and they're going to still stay here at the center. 24-11, Red Oak leads over Glenwood. Now to a nice Russian tie here is Rivas bringing pressure in forward onto Ford. Ford needs a circle and get back into a stance. Rivas again. Now Ford into an underhook now. 50 seconds left here in this first period. Still our score is 0-0. We call our tie again. Slide by here coming from Ford. 44 seconds left here in this 140 bout. Call our tie again onto the right side. Now goes into a Russian. Breaks out of it, and they're still staying here in the center of the mat. 29 seconds left here in the first. Still 0-0. Both wrestlers still staying in these collar tie positions. Bringing a lot of pressure in forward again is Ford. Rivas.
Quick legal ID on the radio, Eli.
All right.
We'll be back here, but 8 seconds remaining here in the first.
And again, you're going to have Rivas bringing that pressure in still as well. Collar tie again here on the left side, and it looks like that's going to do it for your first period. A lot of just feeling each other out, and it's going to be Rivas' choice now going into the second. Rivas will defer. Ford is going to choose neutral. And a good choice here, I think, for Ford as well. Try to be able to get onto the attack. Still staying here down at the center. Minute 52, just starting off here. 24-11, Red Oak leads. An outside single attempt here coming from Ford. Trying to be able to step this up. Neck wrench here coming from Rivas. Ford trying to be able to step through on this and catch, Rivas trying to step through on this and catch Ford on her back. And Will is going to get some near fall points. And it looks like Rivas just needs to settle the hips down, and she's going to be able to get the fall. And right there, Rivas is going to get the fall. Ford was in on the shot, and Rivas just steps through with this neck wrench, catches Ford under her back, and is able to get the fall for Glenwood. And now we're going to move on now to 145. We have Fisher. It's going to be. Let's see where we're at. If Red Oak's gonna bump, or if they're gonna stay. And Glenwood's gonna be open at 145.
Yep, Glenwood is open.
And then we'll go to
Paige Byer.
Yep, Paige Byer at 150. I don't know if Glenwood's gonna.
I think Paige. It looks like Paige is bumping up to 155, maybe, Eli.
Yeah, I want to say that. I'm gonna say that sounds about right. Yep, 155.
Yep. So she bumped to 155, and I think that's open.
Yep, and Glenwood's going to be open as well at 155. And Byer will get the open. 36-17, Red Oak still leads. And going to go to 170 with Lydia Logan of Glenwood and Abby Henderson of Red Oak. We'll see if they're going to have anybody or if they're going to. Glenwood will send at 170.
I think we are going to have some wrestlers at 170, Eli.
Yeah, sure looks like it. Going to be at 170 with, I'm going to assume it's Abby Henderson of Red Oak. And Alara May is going to go up to 170.
Abby Henderson and Alara May. There you go, Eli.
So this will be our last match, it looks like, because Red Oak's open at both weights at 190 and 235.
Red Oak leads 36-17 over Glenwood.
And it's going to be May and Henderson. They shake hands here at the center and get ready to go. At 170, bringing a lot of pressure here is Henderson. May trying to be able to circle her way back in. A lot of pummeling, a lot of wrist ties here. Minute 48 just starting up. Goes for blast double leg. Nice job there from Henderson. Gets herself the takedown. Now trying to be able to get herself out into a cradle. Looks like she's going to far side. Now be able to get to a half on the right. Trying to be able to break the hips down of May. May does a good job trying to be able to tripod back up to a base. Henderson now goes for a half Nelson on one side. Now goes for a crossface. Henderson, May's able to stand back up to her feet. Henderson tries to be able to bring her back down the mat, and May does a good job getting herself the escape. 3-1. May looking for a shot. Henderson trying to pressure back and forward. Goes for a headlock attempt here, and right there throws it down. May gets caught onto her back, and Henderson's able to get the fall for Red Oak from the headlock and gets herself the victory for Red Oak and leads now 48-17. I think that's going to be.
I think it's 42-17.
They already updated that score then.
Yeah. Is that the last?
I want to say
So
that's
then-
going to be
Whoa, 190 pounds.
190 pounds. Glenwood will have a wrestler. It looks like that Red Oak's going to be open, I think, at the next two weights. I want to assume that's going to be it, but I guess we'll just see here shortly.
Yep.
Yep, it's going to be open again here, and that should round it out for the duel. They'll go out and take the two open weights. Glenwood will, or they're going to be. So, yep.
So 42-29 will be our final then. Is that correct, Eli?
Yes, that sure looks like it's going to be, and that's going to round it out for the girls' duel. Up next, Red Oak will have Shenandoah here shortly. You'll have senior night here first, and then after that, we'll have the duel.
Yeah. A lot of wrestling left here. Yeah, 42-19 is the final.
And I think, yeah, that'll do it. Good to see some girls'
sorry.
duels that happen out here. That's going to.
42-29, I'm sorry. 42-29. Let's take a break, Eli.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll have senior night. We're going to take a break. We will be back after. Red Oak, Aaron West, along with Eli Bills. So, Eli, we still have some junior varsity matches that are taking place.
Yep.
And
got some junior varsity matches going on right now. We're going to have senior recognition night, and then we'll have, it will be on the black mat. You're going to have Red Oak versus Shenandoah.
Yep.
Glenwood versus Lewis Central on the orange mat, and then Red Oak versus Shenandoah girls will round out the end of the night.
Let me tell you what has happened so far here this evening in wrestling action, and there has been a lot of wrestling. We still have senior night to work our way through as well. But in round one, it was Glenwood over Red Oak in duels, 60-22. On the orange mat, it was Lewis Central over Shenandoah, 41-27. And in girls wrestling in round one, it was Glenwood over Shenandoah, 36-6. Moving on to round two. And it has concluded at this point. Like I said, some junior varsity matches are taking place. But it was Lewis Central over Red Oak 50-20. And Glenwood defeats Shenandoah 46-35. And in girls wrestling action, it was Red Oak over Glenwood 42-29. That's what's happened so far. Some junior varsity matches taking place. We will have senior night, and then we will be on with our third and final duel or round of the evening. So a lot of wrestling taking place, that's for sure.
A lot of matches tonight. You know, it's been some great wrestling, too, all the way across as well. You've seen some really good matches from top to bottom. It's been fun to be able to see, and we'll round it out here tonight shortly.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back, and we do have our senior night that is ongoing. Also, Eli, special recognition for Coach Podliska. On December 19th, Coach Podliska earned his 150th dual win. So congratulations to Coach Podliska. Senior night, Adam Byer, the son of Angie Byer. Adam is involved in football, baseball, wrestling, and after high school, plans to go to college to study business and play football. That's Adam Byer. Nolan Perrin. Nolan is the son of Sarah and Nathan Perrin. He's been involved in football, wrestling, and baseball. And after high school, his plan is to go to Ellsworth College, Community College, to study construction management or business administration and continue his football career. That is Nolan Perrin. Kyler Sandholm is the son of Summer and Brett Sandholm. He's been involved in wrestling, football, baseball, National Honor Society, and Student Council. After high school, his plans are to go to Iowa State University and study a 4-year degree in engineering. Kyler Sandholm. Tyler Schofield. Tyler is the nephew of Megan Sands. He's been involved in football and wrestling after high school. He plans to attend Iowa State University. That's Tyler Schofield. Congratulations to Tyler. Senior night, always a fun night. Tyler Schofield. Last senior wrestler is Jackson Terry. Jackson is the son of Angie Echternaw. He's been involved in football, wrestling, and after high school, he plans to continue working for Echternaw Construction. Jackson Terry. Those are your boys wrestlers. Senior night is not over. Congratulations to those wrestlers. Senior year.
Always fun to be able to see that and go on to whatever they're going to attend to next. And
plans after high school. It seems like it goes so fast, and then it's just like that, Eli. It's over.
Absolutely, and then you're on into it. Jeez Louise, it's crazy, right?
It's a pretty cool thing, really.
Yeah,
so
there you go. And I think we'll have the girls next as well. I think
we're gonna have a photo here. Jan Castle Renander will get everyone organized.
Mr. Nate Perrin will have those crutches showing up in the middle too.
He will actually have those. So, but you bet. No, there you go. Now we put them out of the way.
That's great.
There you go.
But no, it's always cool to be able to see that, especially 4 years of wrestling. It's definitely tough. It's a tough sport all the way throughout. Congratulations to those seniors with Byer, Perrin, Sandholm, Schofield, and Terry for their senior year here of wrestling.
All right. Now we're going to recognize our girls wrestlers. Paige Byer. I cannot believe that Paige is a senior. Paige Byer is the daughter of Fritz and Melissa Byer. She's been involved in 4-H, volleyball, track, cross country, showing cattle. After high school, she plans to attend college to become a math or science teacher and continue her wrestling career. Paige would also like to return to the area to coach girls wrestling. That's Paige Byer. She is a senior. Goodness gracious. Nicole Bond is the daughter of Kim and Damian Bond. She's been involved in volleyball, wrestling, student council, and after graduation, she plans to attend college. That's Nicole Bond. Nicole has been another one that's been a lot of fun to watch through the years in the various sports that she has played, and Nicole Bond. Next is Emma Salick. Emma is the daughter of Lisa and Pat Smith and Jamie Salick. She's been involved in football, cheer, cross country, and volleyball. And after graduation, she plans to attend Northwest Missouri State University to further her academic career studying psychology. That's Emma Salick. Congratulations to Emma. And the final senior is Brinkley Salick. Brinkley is the daughter of Jason Salick and Corey Hoyt. She's been involved in volleyball, wrestling, cheer, track, NHS, FCS, and student council. And after graduation, she plans to attend Concordia University to further her academic career, studying psychology and athletics and cheerleading. Brinkley Salick. Congratulations to those young folks. Remember senior year, Eli?
Oh.
It wasn't that long ago, really.
Well, now it's, geez, has it been 6 years ago? That seems hard to believe right now. Before you know it, it's just going to keep tacking on. It'd be 6 years this year, so.
It just zips right by, that's for sure. So
it sure does, but you know what? That's why I still got golf. That's why. There's my sport.
Yep. So, but enjoy it and participate, play hard, have fun, and then move on.
Absolutely.
So,
and a lot of people seeing going on to the next level here too as well. Some going to play football, some going to wrestle, I see a couple with engineering degrees that are going to go obtain.
Pursue engineering, yeah.
Absolutely.
Hats off to those young folks. Be prepared to study hard.
There you go. And now I think we're going to get ready to start. We'll get the flip here momentarily. Looks like we'll have Red Oak and Shenandoah. That will happen here. I think we're going to start at 1:13, I will say, with Red Oak and Shenandoah. Should be a good duel. Have some good matches here all the way throughout. Shenandoah really, you get that 1-2 punch. You go in with McGargle and Dickerson at 165 and 190. A couple opens at 113. But, there's Red Oak's got about 4 opens here as well. You never know what can happen. And some duels like this, you have one thing go your way. You never know, may be able to see it. So it should be some good matches that are going to come up here shortly.
All right, yep, just a few minutes away. They're on the mat doing all those pre-match things, and it's going to be time for wrestling here now. Thanks for joining us this evening, if whether you're watching or if you're listening or whatever the case may be. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to Eli. And Mr. Lorenz earlier in the evening was with us and did a fantastic job.
Yes, that was great. Wow. Always good to be able to have that color and the knowledge he has with wrestling. He may need to take over for me.
He says he's a wrestling coach. I'm going to throw in he's an old wrestling coach, and he has a lot of knowledge. He's not here to defend himself, so there you go. But thanks to him for sitting in with us as well. So.
And I think, 113 is going to be the starting weight for Shenandoah. They're going to be open for Red Oak. They're going to be open as well. And then at 120, Shenandoah is going to be open. Red Oak's going to be open as well. So you have double forfeits down there. And then you've got 126. Red Oak will be open. And Holste of Shenandoah looks like he'll go out and take the forfeit. And then I think we'll start at 132 with Dayton Gussman of Red Oak going up against Hayden Roush of Shenandoah.
Think that's the way it's going to shake out, Eli?
I never know.
You never know. You never know. People.
Someone might bump and someone might go up, someone might go down, and that's just what you're going to play on the wrestling. I'm sure everybody's watching this game too as well right now. Penn State and Notre Dame. Aaron, what do you think the score is right now? I know you've got no idea.
I have no clue. Notre Dame with the lead. They're up 13.
Ooh, just flip that around, except 10. Penn State leads 10-3. You get the total points right.
Well, there you go.
But it's 10-3 right now. Penn State leads. And it looks like that kind of just what I thought, a little defensive classic right there. And then another one tomorrow, and then NFL playoffs this weekend. And that's rocking around. I know Mr. Lyons is a big Chiefs fan. I'm not.
He is a big Chiefs fan.
Yeah,
he likes his Chiefs.
That's a shame, but that's okay. Hopefully Marilyn's listening right now too, and she's highly disagreeing with me. But looks like maybe they are going to send out at 113.
Yeah,
is Shenandoah, and they're going to take that open.
We're going to get underway here in a minute.
Yep.
Promise.
Takes a little bit to be able to go, but now it looks like they're going to hop on out, and they're going to take the open. Shenandoah will at 113. Shenandoah also ranked in Class 1A. They're in the top 20. They're going to be top 20 in regional duels. Shenandoah also, for the first time ever last year, they end up making regional duels. So you got a ranked matchup here. Red Oak with a Class 2A, Shenandoah in Class 1A.
So double forfeit at 120. We're at 126.
And it looks like Shenandoah will take the open there as well at 126.
David Holste. Davin Holste. Yeah.
So going to go to 132. Dayton Gussman of Red Oak going to be going up against, Trayton Rifling Reffling. Let's see.
Trayton Reffling.
Reffling and Trayton Reffling and Dayton Gusman gonna go here at 1:32. We'll get things started right here at center circle. Gonna shake hands, Red Oak and Shenandoah. Collar tie on the right side here for Reffling. Gusman now on down to a wrist. Tries to be able to slide it by on Reffling. Gusman goes for a low outside single. Does a nice job trying to be able to elevate this up, crawl up to the back, be able to get himself his takedown here. Reaches for the head too as well. Has this cradle locked up, trying to be able to look for the fall. Looks like he's got it locked up pretty tight. And Gusman going to be able to get that fall pretty quickly, 27 seconds. Nice job there from Gusman. Gets 6 on the board here for Red Oak.
Yeah, he just got after it right away. Gusman with the victory.
And now you're going to move on to 138.
Van Scoy.
It's going to be Van Scoy and Roush.
Hayden Roush will get the official. And it is Hayden Roush of Shenandoah.
Roush and Van Scoy at 138. Going to get started here. 12-6 Shenandoah leads here so far in this duel. Roush, and they'll go to center circle. They'll shake hands and get ready to go. Collar tie here on the right side. Van Scoy goes down to a shot. Roush does a good job staying heavy on the head here. Goes for another shot attempt here. Goes for a nice slide by. Goes down to a single leg. Gets himself a takedown for 3. And now he's going to cut Van Scoy. Tries to go for a hard cut. Van Scoy tries to be able to stand up to his feet. He'll get the one. Now Van Scoy goes for a shot. Roush tries to be able to shove the head. Does a go around. Gets himself another takedown for 3. Does a nice mat return back down to the mat with a tight waist. Trying to look for a hard cut. Van Scoy again needs to be able to try to base up to himself. Base up. Try to be able to get himself in a good position. Roush now gets himself, goes for the stack here on Van Scoy and has him stuck flat, and Roush will end up getting the fall at 138 for Shenandoah. Over on the orange mat, you've got at 113 Brody Black of Glenwood going up against Xander Maines of Lewis Central. 3-0 is the lead over there for Maines of Lewis Central.
18-6 is the score in the duel here. Shenandoah with the lead at 144 for Shenandoah. Cole Scammon.
Scammon at 144.
And then Red Oak, I think, will be open, Eli, at 144. They are.
It looks like they're going to be open.
Okay.
And I'll see if
50.
Doesn't look like Sandholm's going to wrestle. Looks like Shenandoah is going to be open. Yep, Shenandoah.
I think so, yep.
Yep, Shenandoah will go out at 150 for Babe.
Yeah, Babe, and okay, and then we're moving on
to 157, Jackson Purdue. And for Shenandoah, looks like Lucas Major. Yep, 157. You're going to have Major of Shan and Purdue of Red Oak here at 157.
yeah, Lucas Major.
They'll get started here. 24-6 Shenandoah leads. They're going to go back here to the center and shake hands and get ready to go. Collar tie here for Purdue with an underhook on the left side. Major's able to circle his way out of it. Minute 55, just starting off this match here. Another collar tie on the left side with an underhook on the left for Purdue. Putting pressure back in. Shot attempt here coming from Major. Then a reshot again. Purdue's going with double underhooks. He had it locked up there for a second, but Major's able to circle his way out of it. Purdue trying to be able to work his way around. Fireman's carry, though, coming from Major. Gets himself a takedown for 3 and now leads this match here 3-0. They're going to call him out of bounds. Major now will cover. Purdue's going to stand up right up to his feet. Major trying to be able to get himself to a mat return. And a nice big mat return there coming from Major. Puts Purdue back down to the mat. 3-0 our lead. Minute 22 left here in this first period. Major coming out with with a wrist control with a tight waist. Purdue trying to be able to sit out. Now goes upper body. Now with a neck wrench throw. It's Major puts Purdue right onto his back. Purdue trying to be able to body lock and roll this through. He's got this locked up here pretty tight. Purdue trying to be able to turn out to the right side. Niano need to be able to keep working. Major does a good job of resettling his hips. Gets back and is able to get the fall for Shenandoah. Nice job there from Major. Gets himself in on tight. Gets himself the fall for Shenandoah. They're going to go shake hands. They're going to go on to our next match. It's going to be Adam Beyer, and this is with Jacob McGargle. You know, Adam Beyer up for the challenge here as well with McGargle. Should be a good match here. McGargle, highly rated state semifinalist last year. And Adam Beyer coming back this season, ready to go and go up for this challenge at 165.
Shenandoah leads 36-6 here in this duel. Final duel of the evening. Shouldn't say that. Actually, there'll be girls after this. So.
Girls, Greg and Shan. And come right on to this. Here we go. McGargle going upper body here. Beyer still staying in tight on this. Needs to be able to continue to move his feet. McGargle trying to be able to set something up. Goes for a snap down on Beyer. Adam tries to be able to go upper body with him. Does a nice job spin and fall. McGargle still in with an underhook. Both with an underhook on each side. Minute 35 left in this first period. Another shot attempt from McGargle. Beyer's trying to be able to reach down for this leg, but a nice job from McGargle to be able to readjust his hips, and they're going to go out of bounds back to the center here. You can just tell here the experience from both these guys trying to be able to go on the attacks. McGargle puts pressure back out again. Collar ties here on the inside. Going in on some wrists here. Another collar tie on the left side. Minute 18 left here in this first period. Going into a Russian tie. Here's McGargle bringing pressure in onto Beyer. Beyer trying to be able to circle out of this. McGargle tries to snap it down. Nothing comes out of it. Both interlocked in hands here with an underhook. McGargle just tries to go for a shot fake. Beyer goes for a shot fake. 55 seconds left here in this first period. McGargle steps out of it, and they're going to still stay here at the center. Shot fake from McGargle. Both head-to-head here. Going in onto a wrist. Still staying down the center, trying to feel each other out. Slide by attempt from McGargle. Beyer comes back with an underhook here on the left side, trying to hike something out. Now McGargle's got it locked up here pretty tight with this Russian tie. Looking for a back trip. Beyer's able to work his way out of it. 25 seconds left in this first period. You know, you can see McGargle still kind of being on the attack here with these ties, leading in on these ties. You'd like to see Beyer be able to work his way in on his own. 10 seconds left here in this first period. Still 0-0 our score. Going in on a hand, going in onto a wrist. Now a Russian tie here coming from Beyer. Now McGargle's in on one of his own, and that's going to do it here for that first period. 0-0, kind of just filling each other out with these ties, but need to be able to circle. It's going to be Beyer's choice. Beyer's going to choose bottom. Now McGargle will cover. Off the whistle, Beyer trying to be able to base back up to his feet. McGargle now trapping onto the leg. Beyer up to his feet. And McGargle's going to let him go, and Beyer's able to score first, gets the points, now leads here 1-0. Heavy collar ties here from both these guys. Still staying here at the center. Collar tie here again. Still not a shot attempt. Reshot coming from Beyer. Both working here on the edge of the mat. Just some tight collar ties here from both these guys. Underhook here on the left side. In on some hands here. Got to be able to circle his way back in. Now trying to be able to circle back. Minute 18 left here. 1-0. Not a lot of action from both these guys yet on their feet. Shot attempt here from McGargle. Back in onto a collar tie. Tries to be able to slide this by with a Russian. Now they're going to call a stalemate and go back to the center and stay neutral. Nice job from both these guys. Continue to wrestle. Needs to be able to circle. I'd say for both these wrestlers too. Collar tie here. Inside collar tie for Beyer. Now in onto the trap. He goes for a shot attempt. McGargle in onto a wrist. Tries to go back down to a snatch. Byer in on this tie, going underhook, but now look how crossed up he's got him here. Byer really trying to be able to circle out of this. McGargill goes down to a leg. Nice job from Byer to continue wrestling in a tough spot. Had them both locked up, and it's going to be blood time here coming from Byer.
All right, 39 seconds on the clock, Eli. Second period. Overall, Shenandoah leads 36-6.
Yeah, you know, and going ahead.
Over on that orange mat, looks like Lewis Central's up 3-0 in that duel. They're at 120 on the orange mat. We're at 165 here on the black mat. Blood time at the moment.
Pretty impressive here from Byer and McGargill, but it just kind of be stuck at a standstill, you know, was a tie that McGargill definitely wanted. Had both the arms tied up, you could definitely see a move coming out of that, maybe some sort of throw or just even going down to that snatch single. But Byer does a good job circling his way out of it, and they're going to go back to the center.
Yeah, patched up, and here we go.
37 seconds left here in this second period. Heavy collar ties here from both these guys. Shot fake, coming from McGargill. Now right back to this Russian tie, and he's got a really good Russian tie as well. Byer now comes onto the trap, trying to look for one himself. Just kind of staying in a lock standstill. A lot of pressure here. Looks like I think McGargill's wanting Byer to be able to pressure back in to bait him in. 10 seconds left here. Still our score 1-0. Nice job from McGargill with this hand control here. Does a really good job of bringing the pressure in. Now goes for a shot attempt. Byer now reaching down for an ankle. Goes down for a reshot, and they continue to wrestle on the edge of the mat, and that's going to do it here for this second period. 1-0, Byer leads. It's going to be McGargill's choice. McGargill's going to go on bottom. Byer will cover. Off the whistle, hand fighting down here is McGargill, trying to be able to stand up to his feet. Byer maybe looking for a mat return here. Nice job from McGargill to get the hands, and it's going to be tied up 1-1 here. Minute 45 left here in this match. Trying to see some offense. Not a lot of it's happening just yet. Underhook on the left side for Byer. Kind of standing up a little bit. McGargill's putting some good pressure back in. Getting in on the hands, now gets down to a nice snatch single. Byer trying to be able to wrestle here on the edge of the mat, trying to whizzer down hard. Nice job from McGargill, trying to be able to pick this up and bring it back into the middle of the match. Byer trying to be able to roll this thing through, nothing rewarded yet. And there's going to be McGargill get his takedown for 3. I think, you know, Byer was going for a move he really didn't need to go for. And McGargill's able to snatch onto this single leg. He's able to bring it back down and finish, and gets himself a takedown for 3, and now leads here 4-1. Minute 10 left here in this match.
These two have just,
just been kind of brutes,
yeah.
just staying up on top.
Yeah.
Byer trying to be able to work back up to his base. McGargill looking to be able to continue to ride tough here. Minute 4 left here in this third period. Byer's gonna have a chance. He's got to be able to move on bottom. McGargill's riding tough on top.
55 seconds remaining.
Byer trying to be able to base back up to his feet. Needs to be able to hand fight.
4-1, McGargill leads.
McGargill now going for a tilt here. Got a half in on the left side. Nothing is rewarded yet. 4-1 again. Byer trying to be able to base back up. McGargill doing a really good job riding these hips tough, rolling in some wrists. 30 seconds left here. If Byer's got anything left in the tank, it's got to be right now here, because here comes a tilt from McGargill. There's going to be at least 2 swipes coming out of that. He's going to get 4. Nice,
18 seconds.
Nice job from McGargill. Be able to get himself locked in on a tilt. He's going to get 4 more. Going to lead this now here 8-1. Probably going to be trying to look for some more points as well. Trying to go for another tilt. Byer needs to be able to base back down here. And that's going to do it here for your match. Nice job there from McGargill. Does a really good job of, finding that tilt, being able to wrestle, especially in a match like that. That was just 2 kind of bigger guys just staying upper body, staying locked. Yeah. Nice match from those guys. I think it kind of shows, too, as well, where Byer can be at. If he's got to be able to get a little bit of an offensive attack going. But really impressive there, trying to be able to test McGargill. But McGargill shows, why he's a top 4 kid in the state.
Yeah, Jackson Terry for the Tigers at 175.
I've been pretty proud of Jackson Terry tonight, too, as well. You can obviously tell this knee's been bugging him, but he's been continuing to go out and wrestle. You got Terry, of Red Oak.
Yep. Jackson Simmert for Red Oak.
And Simmert for Shenandoah. And
Shenandoah.
Terry.
And Terry for Red Oak. Let's try that. Eli.
That'll work. Here we go right now. And just in on the hands here, just going back and forth. Ankle band ended up falling off. We're going to go back here to the center. Still staying here, center circle. Not a whole lot's happened just yet. Collar tie on the right side here for Simmert. Terry still staying in the middle. Looks like they're still feeling each other out. Another collar tie here on the right side for Simmert. Terry backing his way out. Simmert trying to be able to work something here. Slide by single here for Terry. He's able to catch that leg here of Simmert. Needs to know where he's at to be able to finish this. Now goes on to the back almost with a seatbelt. Tries to be able to back trip. Needs to land up on top. He's going to land up on top. Gets himself a takedown for 3. Nice job there from Terry to continue wrestling in tough spots. Now leads here 3-0. They're going to go back to the center here. Terry now will cover. Chop and jam now, looking almost more like a spiral ride here on Simmert. Now goes for a tilt. Going to get some roll, going to get some swipes out of that. Trying to be able to sink this back here. Going to get at least, I think, 2 out of that. Now looking to be able to sip through on an arm bar here with 55 seconds left. Simmert does a good job of rolling the base out. He's going to get a switch to a turnout. Gets himself the escape. Terry's going to lead now here 5-1 with 46 seconds left here in this first period. Still top on the head here is Simmert and Terry. Nice slide by single that happened earlier. Heavy on the head here. Another slide by attempt here from Terry. Now tries to be able to cut off and turn. Now swims for the half. Gets it locked up here. Trying to be able to slip his leg out through. He's going to have some swipes. Trying to be able to get himself the fall here. Nice job from Simmert. It's able to fight the hands. He's going to get 4 near fall for Terry. Going to lead now 12-1.
13 seconds remaining here in the first.
Been pretty impressive, too, from Terry as well to continue to just wrestle in these spots. He had some nice slide-by singles. Really impressing me so far on his feet tonight.
Yep, that's going to do it for the first. Eli. Terry leads 12-2 over Simmert of Shenandoah.
It's going to be Simmert. Simmert's going to defer. Terry's going to choose neutral. They're going to stay up onto their feet. Get ready to go. Shot attempt there coming from Simmert. Terry again still looked like he's favoring that leg a little bit. Simmert looked like he was going after it to be able to get a shot. Still here, tapping on the head here. Blast double here, and then Simmert's just able to try to be able to roll through and throw Terry, and there's going to be no points rewarded. They're going to go back to the center of the mat. Simmert just tries to be able to step through and get a throw. 12-2 our score. And again here, trying to be able to get some tap and goes. Heavy collar tie on the right side that they broke out of. Tapping on the head again here is Simmert. Now down to a shot attempt here. Front head and arm position for Simmert. Trying to be able to snap the head down. Terry trying to be able to pop his head through. Minute left here in this second period. They break out of it, and they're going to continue to stay wrestling.
Terry with the lead 12-2. Like Eli said, a minute to go here in the second period. Terry with the lead.
Front head and arm again here for Simmert. Tries to be able to go down for that leg. Needs to be able to throw it through. Tap and goes again here for Simmert. Trying to really bring up the pace here in this match. Slide by again here coming from Terry. 35 seconds left here in this second period. Still wrestling on the edge of the mat. Nice slide by there coming from Terry. Able to flip sides here, and they're going to go out of bounds. Go back to the center here. 28 seconds left here. 12-2. Terry leads over Simmert. Going to be a stalling call. The chute comes untied. That's the dreadful one. Got to wrap some tape around that. There's a stall. And they're going to go back. 25 seconds left here in this second. 12-2. Terry again leads. Goes for an outside shot. Now again, going upper body here. Goes for a slide by Simmer, trying to bring the pressure, trying to be able to go. Now down to a double leg here is Terry. Gets himself, they're going to call him out of bounds. Golly. Yeah, the new rule, if there's somebody in, you give it to him. You got all the body parts that are in. You wrestle on the edge of the mat, but no points rewarded there. 1 second left, and that's going to do it here for this second period.
Yeah, Terry's still with the lead 12-2. Were there points scored in that second period?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think there was any.
Yeah, no. 12-2 is the score. Terry with the lead. And Shenandoah with the lead in the duel, 39-6. Here we go.
Simmer is going to go on bottom, gets himself the escape. And again, gets himself now to make this to be a 12-3 score. Bringing a lot of pressure in onto Terry. Needs to be able to circle his way back in. Simmer bringing a lot of pressure. Terry needs to be able to stick back to his offense and be able to go. Terry's been wrestling a lot here down on the edge of the mat. Trying to be able to circle back out. They're going to go out of bounds and go back to the center. Minute 31 left here in this third period. Again, 12-3 still the score. Collar tie here on the right side. Now down onto a wrist. Now it again going for the ankle. Got an underhook here on the left side. Minute 11 left here. 12-3 still the score. Now goes for a nice high crotch, trying to be able to finish this through. Going to be able to, no points rewarded just yet. Now trying to be able to get the higher hips here, trying to slip the leg back through. Nothing rewarded just yet. And they're going to go wrestling still here on the edge of the mat. In on this leg here is Simmer. Terry trying to be able to shove the head.
45 seconds.
Maybe be able to create this stalemate. He can sit in this position here, and they're going to go out of bounds, still stay neutral, and go back to the center of the circle. 41 seconds left, 12-3 again, still here the score. Simmert's been on the move, trying to be able to find some points, trying to be able to find a way to keep going.
35 seconds.
Terry's really been wrestling on the edge of that. Shot attempt here coming upper body here, underhook on the left side here for Terry. 25 seconds left here, 6-1. Now needs to be able to stay out of something like this. The only thing that can beat you is a fall. Needs to be able to stay out of the upper body stuff. Another shot attempt coming from Simmer. Terry circles his way back in, wrestling here on the edge of the mat. 10 seconds left here.
Terry leads 12-3.
Shot attempt there again coming from Simmer. And it looks like that's going to be able to do it. Nice job. Goes for a throw by. Tries to be able to get himself the takedown. And that's going to do it here for that match. 12-3. Terry's able to pick up the victory. You know, and an impressive night for Terry, too, as well. And just, you know, with a knee that he has like that you can see that's obviously been bothering him, he does a really good job to be able to continue to wrestle through those tough situations.
Schofield for Red Oak at 190.
Schofield, and it looks like Jaden Dickerson.
Jaden Dickerson, yep, for Red Oak.
And, you know, Jaden Dickerson, a very good wrestler, state-rated wrestler for Shenandoah, state medalist last year. And we're going to shake hands and be able to go Schofield and Dickerson here at 155. Goes for a blast double. Nice shot there from Dickerson. Gets himself a takedown for 3. Going to cut Schofield. Hard cut, get back up to their feet. Trying to be able to score some points. Dickerson just fast and explosive on his feet.
Shenandoah leads 39-10. And it's Dickerson over Schofield of Red Oak, 3-2 at the moment.
High crotch here coming from Dickerson. Gets himself another takedown. Leads now here 3-2. Going to do another hard cut on Schofield. They're going to go work their way back to the center of the mat. Another heavy collar tie coming from Dickerson. Still staying now at the center. Nice ankle pick there coming from Dickerson. Works his way around. Gets himself another takedown for 3. Now looking to be able to go for a tilt. 1 minute left here in this first period. Now has this armbar locked up, trying to be able to turn this over here on Schofield. Schofield trying to be able to fight this through. Now comes back the other way for a stack. Has this locked up pretty tight. He's able to get the fall, and Dickerson will take it.
44-10 now. That was at 190. Shenandoah with the lead.
Now we're going to move on to 2:15. 2:15 looks like Oliver Dykes. And Owen Noakes, I'm pretty sure if Shenandoah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll get the official word. Dykes of Landon Fuller.
Landon Fuller. Okay.
Landon Fuller for Shenandoah.
Landon Fuller and Oliver Dykes.
Lewis Central leads over in that duel on the orange mat 18-0. They're at 138.
Upper body here again for Dykes. Dykes, that kind of wrestler here. Landon Fuller of Shenandoah. Both looking upper body here. Got an over and unders here from Dykes. Now goes to a front hand and arm position. Knowles trying to be able to, or Fuller, excuse me, trying to be able to get down to a leg. Dykes does a good job of snapping him front and forward. Now looking to be able to go for this power half and a roll through there. Coming from Knowles, trying to be able to work back around. Has a cow catcher locked up and through on Dykes. Dykes trying to be able to circle his way out of it. Does not want to get caught in this situation. And Fuller tries to be able to roll this through. There's nothing rewarded yet. Then there's going to be the reversal. He blows the whistle. 2 for the reversal. And Dykes is going to have blood time over there too as well.
Yep. Minute 20 to go in the first here. Shenandoah with the lead 45-10. And we're at 2:15 over on the orange mat.
Yeah, Lewis Central with a tough team over there, Class 3A.
And Lewis Central leads 18-0 over on the orange mat. What weight are we at, Eli, there? 138.
Yeah, 138. We're flying along there, and they're at 138. We're at 2:15 again. Started off. We'll finish off at 106, but it looks like there is a 106-pounder for Shenandoah. That will be our last weight there of the night.
And then there'll be some girls wrestling.
Yep.
Red Oak and Shenandoah after
We'll
this.
have about 3 girls matches that I think that's going to happen, and they'll move right along with that. And we're going to get wrestling back going here. Dykes will be on bottom.
And I think it's quick legal ID. We'll be right back, Eli.
And right off the whistle, there's a chop and jam here coming really heavy on that arm. Here is Fuller. Now tries to be able to get out in front. Tries to be able to get himself on the roll through. Goes for the crossface. It's going to be one here. Cannot come over from left field is what it looked like right there. And on that crossface, so they gave one to Dykes, 4-2 now the score. Now goes for a chop and jam. Now goes for a crossface here on Dykes. Heavy crossface too as well. Looking for this butcher. Trying to be able to step out and run this through. And again, very physical here is Fuller. Staying out in front here again is Fuller. Now comes again looking for this crossface. Dykes trying to be able to get this roll through. He's going to try to be able to end up on top. Going to get himself the reversal. Going to get himself a couple near fall. Keeps that tight waist. And a nice job there from Dykes. Gets himself a reversal for 2. And is going to get some near fall as well.
Very active. Eli.
Absolutely. Going to get 2.
Aggressive.
Going to get 2 near falls, 6-4. Now Dykes is going to lead. Now goes over the top here, trying to be able to catch this and roll through. But again, here comes Fuller now to coming down to a leg. Needs to be able to stay behind the armpits as Dykes. Here comes your roll through too as well, and they both just kind of fly out of it. It's going to be 1 for Fuller. Gets himself the escape. 6-3. Now the score.
Yeah, 10 seconds remaining here in the first.
Collar ties here from both these guys, both upper body. 5 seconds left here in this first period. Still going upper body. Hard for me to believe that that was the first period.
I think that was the second. No.
Yeah, that was. It's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be the second. Fuller's going to defer. Dykes is going to choose bottom. Dykes will cover, or excuse me, Fuller will cover. Chop and jam here coming from Fuller. Dykes trying to be able to kid himself on that roll through again. Power half here coming from Fuller. Dykes hanging on to this arm here. Chop and jam again onto the right side coming from Fuller. Now tries to bring this arm back. Now goes for a head lever here. Dyke's got to be able to build back up to a base. Not being able to see much yet. Now goes to a crossface out in front. Still staying here behind the arm. Here comes Dykes trying to be able to get on this roll through, but a half is all Fuller needs to be able to do. Fuller trying to be able to sit down deep onto this half. He's got it locked in. But Dykes doing a great job fighting. Needs to look the other way. He's kind of getting himself caught looking into it, but a nice job from Dykes being able to roll through. Going to get 3 near fall at least though for Fuller. Going to tie this back up 6-6.
Yeah, 55 seconds to go here in the second.
Now trying to be able to run this power half again here is Fuller. Dykes now trying to be able to get onto this arm. Goes for those rolls again. But again, nice job here from Fuller. Puts a head in the armpit for a head lever. Still not able to get much. Dykes got to be able to move on bottom. When it's tied up 6-6, especially when it's your choice, you got to be able to go and get one. Nice, great chop and jam coming from Fuller. Another good chop and jam to bring this arm in. Looking for an arm bar here. Dykes has got to be able to move, though. Yeah, if he's going to bring that arm in, just brings it in tight. Fuller trying to now gets himself a 2-on-1. 7 seconds left here, going for a tilt. Going to get one swipe out of it, not going to get another.
Okay,
And
tied
that-
up at 6 apiece, Eli.
Yeah, got a great match here that
Man.
I couldn't believe with all the rolling. The score is only 6-6.
These guys have been going at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just continue to roll through and continue to be able to go. It's going to be Dykes. He's going to let up Fuller. Now going to make it 7-6. Going to say, I'm going to be able to try to do this on my feet. And we're going to start here in this third period. Dykes really trying to be able to go upper body here, trying to get some underhooks, going overs and unders. Fuller is able to circle his way, breaks out of it. And again, Dykes trying to be able to get in tight. Nice job from Fuller. Goes down to a snatch single, and that Dykes has to bail out. Another nice job there from Fuller. Gets himself a takedown and a roll through here coming from Dykes, trying to be able to land on top and is going to. Trying to be able to look for the fall here on the edge of the mat. And Will, nice job there from Dykes right there on the edge of the mat. Gets Fuller caught in a roll through and is able to get himself the fall, especially, after a great shot there coming from Fuller. Is in full control. Dykes does a good job continuing to wrestle his match, and he gets himself the pin.
So for Red Oak, Eli,
We're going to have, looks
Hayden
like,
Jones.
yep, Hayden Jones and Stephen Perkins. It's going to go down here at heavyweight. Going to get ready to go here. Stephen Perkins, state qualifier last year for Shenandoah. And Jones. They're going to shake hands here in the middle. Get ready to go. Collar tie on the right side here for Perkins. Now trying to be able to go upper body. Jones trying to be able to work way out of this. Perkins does a good job just stepping through there on the cow catcher, but a nice job from Jones. Be able to roll himself through. Now a cross face here coming from Perkins. Jones able to try to stand up to his feet, but picks up the ankle as Perkins. Now trying to bring the waist down, and he will. Gets himself the fall over Jones. 51-16 the score. Shenandoah leads.
Now, like you said, Eli, come back around to 106 now.
Yep, 106. Zarate and Riggins, it looks like, for Shenandoah. Let's see if that's going to happen here. I think they're going to be open.
Yeah, Isaac Zarate for Red Oak.
Yep, Zarate is going to take the forfeit.
No,
And at 113, Red Oak is going to be open. And Shenandoah will take the forfeit. And I think that's going to wrap up the duel here for tonight.
that's going to do it, Eli. For that, 51-22 is the final, I think.
Yep, I believe so.
51.
And I don't know
51-22.
if there's some JV matches or not, but it looks like they're going to have at least, I think, the girls' duel that will happen here shortly.
Yeah.
I
What's the discussion here?
think they're checking the.
I think they're going to have the girls' duel first, right?
I would assume so, but they're going to go open,
Okay.
and I think they might go double open maybe, and it looks like that's what they're going to do.
Yeah,
they're going to
that's gonna
shake
do it.
hands and be able to go.
So Shenandoah gets a victory in the duel, 51-22. This strong wrestling program, Eli.
Yeah,
for Shenandoah.
absolutely. And, you know, what a turnaround those guys have had. They've, from the past 2 years that we've seen now with what Shenandoah has had, that's been a lot of continuing success that they've had, especially last year, you know, being the top 16 in the state, one match away from going to the state duels, and now this year still ranked up in the top 20. It's a nice job there that Coach McGinnis is doing with that program. And we'll see
Absolutely.
what the girls duel here soon.
When we're at 150 over on the orange mat. Lewis Central with the lead over Glenwood at the moment, 30-0.
Looks like Reese Fabo will go out at 150. Over there. We'll see. It looks like, yep, they're going to have the girls' duel here. I don't know what weight that's going to. I think they'll start that at 106. Shenandoah will be open at 6. And Red Oak, let me pull up my girls wrestling. There we go. Red Oak will take the forfeit at 106, then at 100. And then 105, there should be a match, 145 and 235. But it looks like the matches that we'll have are going to be at 145 and 105 here for this girls' duel. We'll find that out here shortly.
Yeah, find out in a minute.
10-10, Aaron. They've tied it up. This football game here.
Oh, is it?
I've always got that on the side.
Yeah, I see you guys. Where's that in the game?
It's the fourth quarter, just the start of the fourth quarter.
Tied up at 10 apiece.
10 apiece.
These games should be tight.
Yeah,
They should be right down to it.
semifinals.
That's the way it should be.
Now we'll see what's going to happen here.
A little transition here, a little prep, and we're going to take one quick break, Eli, and we'll be right back after this.
All right.
Here we go, Eli.
Get ready to go here at 105 for our final matches, final duel here of the night. You're going to have Ashley Hardy and Emma Sala. Red Oak is Sala.
Hardy of Shenandoah. Collar tie here on the right side, both onto a 2-on-1. Heavy collar tie coming for Hardy. Snaps down the wrist here, goes behind here. Trying to get behind the arms here, and a nice job there from Hardy. Gets herself the takedown here for 3. Now trying to be able to work something up here. Now going for a half here on Sala. Trying to be able to.
Yep. Salick.
Excuse me.
Yep.
And now trying to go for a half here on Salick. Hardy picking up the far ankle. Needs to pick up the near ankle to be able to drive that. Now trying to block the arm. Try to drive this and take that big step. Now switching over to a half on the other side. Actually going to be called a full Nelson. It's going to be now 3-1. 58 seconds left here in this first period. Salick and Hardy. Salick will be on bottom. Hardy now will cover. Chop and jam on the left side. Now going for that half Nelson again. Needs to be able to break down first, but Salick doing a good job trying to be able to build this base back up, trying to be able to get the arm back here. Salick is able to stand back up to her feet. Nice job there from Hardy, though, to be able to continue to find the pressure. Now going for a power half, picking up that far ankle. Try to be able to run this back up, and Salick does a good job getting back up to her feet. Hardy with a nice mat return. Now trying to roll in a wrist. 22 seconds left here in this first period. Going for the wrist and trying to be able to run this with a half. It's going to have another potentially dangerous with grabbing the headgear. So that's now going to bring the score to 3-2. Grab it on the corner of the headgear.
14 seconds to go in the first. Yep, 3-2 at 105.
Now again, going down, breaks down with a far knee, far ankle. 10 seconds left here in this first period. Again, going for the half Nelson. Trying to be able to drive this through and take that big step and get the turnover. 4 seconds left here, and nice job there from Salick to be able to roll through. Going to get 3 near fall out of that. Now going to lead here 6-2. Going in now to the second period. Going to be Salick's choice. Hardy or Salick will be on top. Salick will cover. Now trying to be able to look for a cradle attempt here. Now trying to pick up the back head here is Hardy. Salick kind of hanged it a little bit here. Nice job there from Salick. Able to break that back off. Now trying to be able to roll in a wrist. Throws in both the legs here. Hardy now trying to be able to shake her back down. Nice job though from Salick as she throws in the legs. Now looking to be able to come across here with the scoop the head up. Get herself some back points. Nothing rewarded just yet, though, but going to be close. Nice job from Hardy trying to be able to fight this off. Minute 20 left here, 6-2. Hardy leads over Salick. Now, again, still has these legs thrown in, but getting herself now just a little bit too high. Now goes for a crossface here again. Going in tight onto the arms. Minute left here in this second period. Now trying to reach back, get some near fall points. Hardy doing a good job. There's going to be at least 1 swipe, 2 swipes, 3, and 4. And then there's 5. Nice job there from Salick being able to get some back points now. Going to turn this match back around. Going to be able to tie this up. Now tied up 6-6. Gets herself caught a little bit too high. Hardy's able to swim for the head. Now trying to be able to get through on this half. Grabbing underneath on the arm. Going to get herself a reversal and now lead this thing 8-6. Now has Salick onto her back. Hardy trying to be able to go chest to chest. Here, 20 seconds left in the second. Hardy's able to get the fall for Shenandoah.
Shenandoah leads now 6-0.
We'll see where we go on to here next.
Okay.
And now we'll move on to the next. It looks like there's going to be a couple opens that are going to run down the list. And I think our next match is going to be at 1 145. I'm pretty sure. There'll be another open there for Shenandoah.
This will be another open, Eli, like you said.
Yep.
Maddie.
And there should be an open from 110.
That was Maddie Osheim at 115 was open.
120 will be open.
It's Kuipers. That is open. $125 now. So Jaden McAlpin at 125. And that's open as well.
And they're going to go down to 130.
Nicole Bond at 130. So that's open.
Go to 135.
Amber Wright takes the forfeit at 135. Moving to 140.
And 140 looks to be open.
Lily Ford. And she takes the forfeit. Lily Ford does for Red Oak at 140.
And 145 looks like Chloe Nelson.
Yeah, and Paige Byer for Red Oak.
And that'll happen here at 1.
Yeah, and for Shenandoah,
Chloe Nelson.
Chloe Nelson at 145. Red Oak leads now after that series of events, 42-6.
And this will be our last match of the night. Collar tie here on the right side. Now onto a 2-on-1 here is Byer. Heavy collar tie for both these girls here. Now going for the slide by is Byer. Underhook here for Byer. Nelson trying to be able to circle away out of it, and she does. Again with another tampon on the head here. Now do a 2-on-1. Collar ties here again. Both these girls putting pressure in, pressure back and forth. Now going back for an underhook here. Now goes to a nice fireman's attempt carry here. Nice job from Nelson. Does a good job getting herself a takedown here for 3 with a nice slot. Just going to a underhook. Now to a high crouch. Gets herself the takedown. Now leads here 3-0 over Byer. Now going for a switch attempt here. Byer trying to be able to work her way back up. Nelson trying to be able to pick up that far ankle and put Byer under her back. Byer trying to be able to work something through here. Goes for a switch attempt here. Now sitting out, trying to be able to fight hands. Turns back in. Nice job there from Byer, but nothing rewarded yet. Now how's this arm going for the arm drag? Still nothing going to be awarded yet. And still a nice job there from Nelson, going to falling back around. Chop and jam here onto the right side. Rolling in the wrist here on Byer. 20 seconds left here in this first period. Again, trying to be able to switch and go through. They're going to be close down to the edge of the mat, and they're going to go out of bounds.
$15 seconds remaining in the first. Shenandoah with the lead here, 3-0 in the match.
Another chop and jam here. Now going to half Nelson. Byer trying to be able to build her way back up to her feet. In this sit-out attempt, now going for a suck back. Now reaching back over top for the head. Byer trying to be able to get herself back and roll through. And no points. It's going to be 1, though, for Byer. And she's going to get back up neutral, 3-1. Now our score going into the second period. It's going to be Byer's choice. Byer's going to defer. And Nelson's going to choose bottom. And there you go, chop and jam down the left side. Byer now trying to throw. Nice job there from Nelson. Be able to get a sit out, get yourself your 1. Byer still in control here, though. with an underhook. Nothing rewarded yet. And there's going to be your 1. Nice job from Nelson. Now extends this lead to be 4-1. Pressuring back in. Nice shot attempt down to a single leg here is Nelson. But a good job from Byer with a nice crossface, trying to work around and get herself a score here. Still in a neutral position, and they're going to go out of bounds there on the edge of that. Nice scramble there for both those girls. Still back here at the center. Still neutral. Bringing pressure back in. Calling time again. Now down on the shot here is Byer. Trying to be able to cut around and work to a corner. Gets herself back around. Gets herself a takedown for 3. Ties this up now with 1:13 left. 4-4. Going to go to a chop and jam here now. Trying to be able to roll on a wrist on the right side. Now with a half Nelson here. 59 seconds left. Trying to be able to work in something here. Now down onto a wrist, trying to be able to bump his hips down as Byer. Again, heavy on the head here is Byer. Nelson trying to work her way back up to her feet. Tripods up. Byer gets herself caught a little high. Nelson trying to be able to work, but now a half here coming from Byer to get himself some back points, but it's going to be a full Nelson. She slips it in back on the left side. It's going to be 1. And now Nelson's going to be able to lead here 5-4 after that full Nelson. Byer now will cover, goes down to an ankle with a tight waist. 30 seconds left here in the second period. Again, now trying to be able to bring the straight back and get some back points here. Now still has herself caught just a little bit too high. Nelson trying to be able to shake this down. Byer trying to be able to stay in onto the legs. Nelson trying to be able to reach for this head and be able to circle around out the back. 12 seconds left here. See if Nelson's able to do it, but Byer doing a good job staying in control here, not trying to be able to give anything up. And that's going to do it here for your second period. 5-4 still the lead. And it's going to be Byer's choice. Byer's going to choose bottom. Nelson will cover. Chop and jam here on the left side here for Nelson. Now trying to be able to roll in some wrists here. Again, she leads this one 5-4 with 1:40 left. Now trying to be heavy on the head here, trying to shove the head down. Now goes for a power half. Now Byer trying to be able to turn back in, maybe looking for a Peterson roll here. Now getting the hips down, now rolling the wrist in tight here. Again, she still leads this 5-4. Byer's got to be able to work back up to a base and be able to go.
1:20 to go in the third. Like Eli said, 5-4.
Rolling our wrist here on the left side. Nelson again with pressure that's heavy. Still riding heavy on these hips here with 1:08 left here. 5-4 still to score. And again, now she puts Byer onto her back, and that's going to be able to have the fall. And Nelson does a nice job settling back the hips, gets herself the fall. And these two, I'm sure we'll see each other again here shortly. Great match out of both these two.
And is that going to do it for that, Eli?
Yeah, I think that's going to do it there. They're going to, Shenandoah will take the open at heavyweight. And
42-12 is on the.
There'll be a couple more opens. Red Oak will take it at 55, or take it at 70. They'll be open at 90. And it's going to be a double forfeit.
Abby Henderson for Red Oak will take the forfeit.
Now you're at 190 pounds.
190 will be open.
Now we're at 235 pounds.
And Shenandoah will go out and take the forfeit at 235 pounds.
Yep.
And that'll round it out here for the duel tonight.
So 48-18, I think, will be our final, Eli, with this.
Yeah, I think that looks like it will be. And I think there may be a couple JV matches that go on down here, but that looks like it's going to be it for that duel
Yeah.
and going to round out our competition here for tonight.
We're going to take a break, and we will be back after this. We'll take a break and be right back. Say thanks to our sponsors. Make a note of our sponsors and say thanks when you have the opportunity. We'll be right back after this. Bales. Okay, Eli. Over on the orange mat, we're at 190 now.
Yep, over at 190, you got Paulie Simonetti of Glenwood going up against, from Lewis Central, Kyle Walling. Or excuse me, no, I keep saying that every time.
Blanchard.
It's Blanchard.
Yeah, Blanchard.
I keep seeing the two 190s.
They have a lot of 190 pounders.
Yeah, I mean, they got the football players there. That's why.
Yeah.
Blanchard and Simonetti, and that's what's going on here at 190. Both two nice outside, high crotch, coming there from Blanchard. Goes right back down to a dump, gets himself a takedown for 3. And nice job there. Now wrestling here on the edge of that, gets himself in onto a rest. Trying to be able to break these hips down. 1 minute left here, 44-6. Lewis Central leads over Glenwood. Now goes for a half with a tight waist. Wrestling here onto the edge of the mat. Looks like they're going to go out of bounds. They're going to go out here and go back to the center. It's going to be an alternative start here that Blanchard will have. He's going to go diamond start. Blanchard will go. Simonetti will cover. He's going to cut him. And let him get back up to his feet. 3-1. Now our score here. Blanchard leads over Simonetti. Now goes again for another shot attempt. Heavy collar tie. Now goes for a shot. And still feeling each other out. A lot of quickness on these guys' feet. Still going on rest. Wrist ties. 31 seconds left here in this first period. Shot fake now goes to another nice high crotch. There is Blanchard trying to be able to double this off. Takes it to a double. Tries to get Simonetti onto his back. Goes onto a tight waist. Gets himself another takedown. Leads now here 6-1. 15 seconds left here in this first period. Now again, you got 10 seconds left here. Blanchard again of Lewis Central. Tough ride here on top with only 3 seconds left. Slips on a leg onto the right side. Simonetti trying to build a base. And that's going to do it here for your first period. It's going to be Simonetti's choice.
Lewis Central leads 44-6 here in the first. Actually headed to the second now.
Simonetti will defer. Blanchard will choose neutral. And they're going to go here. A lot of great high crotches, high C's coming from Blanchard. Another nice high C, just goes straight down into it, finishes off, gets himself another takedown for 3. Now leads here 9-1. Cuts Simonetti again to make it now 9-2. Goes for another high C, nice defense, nice down block, reshot, shot attempt again here coming from Blanchard. Keeps on to this arm here. Simonetti trying to be able to cross face and face him. A nice job again from Blanchard. Is able to finish off. Gets himself another takedown for 3. Leads now 12-2. Going to do another hard cut on Simonetti. Going to give him 1. And they're back up to their feet. Trying to be able to push the pace here. Going to try to just get himself one more here. Gets himself a collar tie again. 12-3, our score. Minute 8 left here. Underhook on the left side. Simonetti trying to spin to face. Another high C attempt coming from Blanchard. Simonetti trying to be able to fend this off. Another dump attempt. Gets himself another takedown for 3. Leads now 15-3. 54 seconds left here in the second period. Looking for another hard cut on Simonetti. Going to be able to stay here in this collar tie. Now on to a 2-on-1 here, looking for another collar tie again. Nothing comes out of it. Now front head and arm position here for Simonetti. Now another takedown coming here from Blanchard. Going to lead now here 18-4. Going to be down here on the edge of the mat. 18 seconds left here in the second period. Simonetti's got to be able to work back up to a base, get his head back off to the mat. But Blanchard does a really good job keeping good hand control. They're going to go out of bounds. Now going to go back here to the center. Going to be Simonetti's choice. Simonetti's going to choose top. He's going to cover.
18-4, Eli.
Yep, 18-4. Trying to be able to work something here is Simonetti. Blanchard just needs an escape here. Trying to build back up to his feet. Blanchard gets up to his feet. And that's going to do it there for the tech fall at 190. And Blanchard will take care of business. Wins that one 19-4. Now you're going to go on now to 215 with Mason Kohler. Kohler of Glenwood and Mong of Lewis Central. Kohler again, number 1 at 215. Go
Manji.
Manji. Collar tie here on the left side for Kohler, Manji, and Kohler. Heavy hands here from Kohler, trying to be able to open up Manji. Really aggressive from both these guys. Kohler again circling here, trying to be able to find a shot. Manji throws it by. Heavy hands here. Shot attempt coming from Manji. Kohler coming in with the reshot. Manji stays out of it. Another heavy hands. Manji again coming inside. Inside collar tie for Kohler. Kohler goes down for another swipe. Manji really on the defensive side here. Kohler now with a nice down block. Shoves the head. Minute 13 left here in this first period. Wrestling heavy hands here now with an underhook, and they're going to go out of bounds there on the edge of the mat. Kohler and Manji. They're going to go back here to the center. Again with another collar tie, inside collar tie here for Kohler. Manji, 53 seconds left here. Another heavy hands here from Kohler. Score still 0-0. Now again, inside collar ties, ear to ear. Shot attempt here from Manji, trying to be able to get down to a leg here from Kohler. Kohler does a nice neck whip, but Manji's able to get himself a takedown for 3. Kohler goes for a switch attempt, gets back up to his feet. Nice job from Manji. Leads this now here 3-1. 25 seconds left here in this first period. Kohler bringing pressure in. Goes for another shot. Kohler trying to be able to work his way back into this here. Still plenty of time left on the clock. 15 seconds left. Now in onto an elbow. Manji bringing that pressure back and forward. Kohler now goes for a nice shot attempt here with a high crotch. Still 3 seconds left here, trying to be able to finish this shot. Nothing rewarded here yet, and they're going to go out of this first period. Manji with the lead here, 3-1 over Kohler. I mean, Manji's choice. Manji's going to defer. Kohler's going to go on bottom. Again, Kohler number 1 rated at 215 in Class 2A. Manji will cover. Kohler on bottom. Goes to a bear claw ride as Manji. Kohler trying to be able to build the base back up to his feet. Trying to slip in this leg. Kohler trying to now hip through. Gets back up to his feet. And he's going to be able to let Kohler go. 3-2 now our score. Manji leads over Kohler. Upper body here trying to go as Kohler with another underhook. Now in ear to ear on some collar ties. And again, bringing pressure back and forward, trying to be able to work his way in. Manji doing a good job, really not let Kohler get what he wants here, but now Kohler's back going into upper body with the underhook on the left side. Now goes nice job with a duck to a single leg. Really smooth there coming from Kohler, keeps the legs crossed. You know, from that underhook, just lowers the elevation, gets himself in on a high crotch, and gets himself a takedown to now lead here 5-3. Gonna let Manji go. 5-4, still here in the second period. 1 minute left. Kohler again with a collar tie. Both forehead to forehead here. Bringing pressure back in. Shot attempt, little half shot. 43 seconds left here in this second period here. Touching the head, here's Manji. Snapping back down here. Another collar tie here from Kohler. 30 seconds left here. Haven't seen a whole lot of the offense attacks. Another outside single attempt, slap single. Another reshot attempt coming from Manji. 5-4 again, our score. Tapping on the head. Shot attempt here from Manji. Kohler now trying to be able to go front, head and arm. Manji and Kohler still stuck here ear to ear. 10 seconds left here in this second period. Collar tie again for both these guys. Still staying ear to ear. Heavy hands. And that's going to do it for your second period. Going to be Manji's choice.
It's kind of been a battle, Eli.
It's been a battle, you know, and this is what it's been. It's going to be 5-4. Kohler leads. Manji's going to go on bottom. Kohler trying to be able to get a tough ride here on top. Tries to slip in on this half. Manji's up to his feet, and he's going to let him go. Now tied up here 5-5. Minute 50 left here in this third period in this match. Tied up here. Again, collar ties again here, ear to ear. Bringing pressure back in. Both going. Heavy hands here is Kohler. Manji keeping the hips back, keeping the legs back. Minute 28 left here, tied up again, 5-5. Shot attempt from Manji. Snap down attempt. Kohler still staying here. Ear to ear. Slide by attempt from Manji. Kohler now goes down to a snatch single. Does a great job and is able to finish that off. Gets himself a takedown for 3 down to a snatch single. Now trying to be able to ride tough here on top with 1 minute left here in this match. Leads now here 8-5, and they're going to go out here on the edge of the mat. Manji's on, still on bottom. Kohler now will cover, 57 seconds left. Kohler again down onto an ankle pick here, trying to be able to pick this up here of Manji. 50 seconds left here in this third period. Manji trying to be able to get back up to his feet. Kohler won't let him go just yet, and he will. And they're going to give him the one. 8-6. Still again the score here, going ear to ear with a collar tie. 35 seconds left here. Kohler again still wrestling here tough. Manji doing a really good job of just trying to be able to dictate the pace of this match, what I think he's done a great job at. Not really letting Kohler get to any of those offensive attacks. Manji now trying to be able to pick up the pace, going on some shot attempts, really trying to test Kohler here. Gets himself in on a double leg, on a leg here on the outside. Kohler does a good job trying to bring the hips down. Manji needs to be able to get to a corner to finish this 6 seconds. 5.7 left here on the clock. Manji doing a good job testing Kohler here. One stall call on Kohler. Manji's got to be able to go to finish this thing off. To try to win this thing. 1 second here. And credit to Manji there, was able to test Kohler in that match. Kohler was able to win that one 8-6. You know, tied up all the way throughout. Great match from both those guys. And Kohler was able to pick up the victory for Glenwood.
Eli, we're going to have a special guest here with us. Head coach of the Red Oak Tigers, Tegan Podliska. Coach Podliska, thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
It's a pleasure to get to visit with you. A lot of wrestling here this evening. Big night. You had a lot of teams in the gym, boys and girls. You had senior night. You had youth night. You packed it all into one night, didn't you?
I feel like I'm like 3 years older.
One of those nights. Coach, talk to me about your team. There's a lot of stuff took place here tonight. Talk to me about your team a little bit.
Yeah, you know, coming in, we knew the kind of tradition of, you know, some of these schools. We knew the lineups that were going to come in here, so we knew that things could be tough. You know, there weren't going to be a bunch of
Yeah, keep going, Coach.
There weren't going to be a bunch of free points or anything out there. You know, after Christmas break, we had some guys who, you know, didn't show the commitment that they needed to show, so they're no longer with the team. And, you know, it hurts us in the sense that, you know, we got a couple more opens, but it helps us in the sense that we're going to be able to go into practice every day with everybody who's committed and train on the things that we need to get better at.
Okay.
So, you know, going in, it was going to be tough, and we knew that we were going to have some tough matches, and I thought our kids did a good job competing. You know, you go out there, and we talk about control what you can control. You know, you go out there and 106, you got Isaac Zarate. You know, there were a couple kids weighed in at the weight. Unfortunately, they didn't wrestle him. So, you know, he got his hand raised a bunch, but he was pretty frustrated at the end of the night. So that happens. You know, you go through the lineup, and Dayton competed hard the whole night through, so that was good. You know, Carson was a fighter, 44. You know, we got a couple guys banged up a little bit, nursing some things, kind of overcoming some things. So we're being strategic, and, you know, sometimes you don't got to wrestle a specific match right now because we're going to see it several times throughout the year. And, you know, sometimes you just you got to hold guys out for one reason or another.
Yep.
So maybe we're missing a couple matchups in there. But so, you know, Kyler had a good night. Then Jackson Purdue fought hard, 65. Adam, you know, he's coming back from some things. He's feeling better. He's getting after it. We knew that McGargle match was going to be a good one. And, you know, some people would look at the score, and it doesn't look as close because that's just the new scoring system.
Yeah.
You know, the new scoring system, one takedown, one turn is 7 points. People don't – you might see the box score and you say, okay, 7-0 or whatever. Well, it's a little bit different when it's tied into the third period and then there's a takedown and then there's a little tilt situation, which we're trying to roll through, trying to win the match, and then just continuing to compete. And, you know, I'm not as sharp because, like I said, there was a lot going on. We had boys, we had girls, we had JV.
Yes.
Obviously, our girls. You know, the exciting thing is being able to wrestle girls duels.
Yep.
And yeah, there were a lot of forfeits throughout, but you know that's how you grow the sport. You get a bunch of people in the stands and you watch duels and
Yep.
and you score team points and you go through the process that the boys have been going through for a long time. So, you know, girls won 2 duels tonight. That's exciting. You know, a few years ago, those didn't exist.
Right.
So every time we, you know, win a duel, you know, it's this team's going to break records because before we didn't have as many duels, and as duels continue to grow, the records are going to grow. But you got to start somewhere, and I'm proud of the effort of the girls. I'm proud of the effort of the boys. I thought, you know, we're a little shorthanded on the boys' side, but I thought our kids competed hard.
So, Coach, it was senior night. I want you to talk to me about your seniors a little bit here, if you would.
Yeah. You know, going through, Kyler's been around forever.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, just because, you know, I know the family, I obviously Coach Chase, and I know his relatives, and, you know, we go way back, and he's a little ornery kid, and now he's a big ornery grown-up.
Yeah.
A little bit. You know, I've spent a lot of time with Kyler, and that's important.
Yeah.
You know, you get you've got the different relationships. You know, Tyler's new to us this year. He wrestled some down in Texas, so that's a different relationship, and you know, it's a different dynamic. But I'm going to coach him just like I coach everybody, and I care about him just like I care about the kids that, you know, you've had the longer relationships with. Adam Beyer, what a teammate.
Yeah.
What a just, you know, you look at practices during Christmas break and his leadership with some of the younger guys and even some of the middle school guys. And, you know, his legacy is going to go a lot further than wrestling. You know, Nolan Perrin, we joke about Nolan because Nolan started wrestling when he was little.
Yeah.
You know, a lot younger. And I used to have open mats in the summer, and there were days when Nolan Perrin was the only kid. And he was like 60 pounds or something like that. And I remember doing footwork drills with him because, you know, I'm 185 pounds and I can't really roll around with a 60-pound elementary school kid. I remember his dad used to take videos of it. It'd be interesting to see if he still got any of those. But that was back when Tony Ramos was a big wrestler. He was winning national titles at Iowa, and he'd always flex after, and it was his double rainbows. And there were pictures of Nolan at these youth tournaments doing the double rainbows. So – and then you got Jackson Terry.
Yeah.
And Jackson, you know, he started out, I remember him back in middle school. He's a little ornery, but, you know, he's a state qualifier as a middle schooler, comes out as a freshman, does some good things, you know, takes some time off as a sophomore, and then wants to get back into it as a junior. And, you know, he's a kid who I remember spending time with in the freestyle Greco season, and he was real excited about it. And you know, it's relationships. And then, you know, you go to the other side of things. You know, you get to the girl side and you got Nicole Bond. You know, it was
competitor,
nice.
isn't she?
She's
Oh,
a
my.
competitor,
Yeah.
and you know, it was fun shaking hands with her parents because I remember, you know, not to shy off Nicole, but I remember them bringing Dawson in
Yeah.
as like a third grader, and that
Yeah.
was the first time I met him, and I didn't know the kind of relationship I was going to have with that family and those kids, and the amount of time, you know, you spend with them, and that's special. You know, they're a special family, and
Absolutely.
and that means a lot. But Nicole is a warrior, and then you get Emma Salick, you know, comes out. I remember she came to the meeting last year, and then she didn't come. And then she came to the meeting this year, and, you know, she was all in. And a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. You know, that was fun. It was great watching her wrestle tonight. You
Yeah.
know, she didn't have a girl at her weight, so we're like, hey, it's senior night. Let's bump you up. Let's get you a match. And we were joking about it because, you know, Christmas break, we're working on some technique, and we start working on some leg riding and stuff, and she's rolling around with Maddie or something, and they're joking around like, how the heck am I ever going to do this? My legs are 18 inches long or something like that. And she threw 2 boots in and almost, you know, she competed well in that match. That was a lot of fun, and that's exciting. And just yesterday we were listening to our White Girl Wednesday playlist, and she was dancing like crazy in the wrestling room, and that's fun and that's exciting. And then Paige, you know, Paige Beyer, I refer to her like she's been around for a long time because she's come to us in the off season, even before the Griswold partnership with Red Oak for girls wrestling. So I've known her for a long time. I've known the family for a long time. Great relationship, you know. We've been to a lot of freestyle Greco stuff together. We've been to a lot of folk style stuff together, and we've just, you know, getting Fritz on staff, obviously, you get some relationship.
Well, you take
there.
the good and the bad.
Yep. But
Yeah.
but you know, you just build more of a relationship with that individual, then obviously you're going to build more of a relationship with the wrestler as well and the entire family. And, you know, it's fun.
So, Coach, one other thing, and you're not going to bring it up, but I'm going to bring it up. Congratulations to you for 100, well, more than that, but 150 dual wins. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
That's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, you know, it's been a while.
Yeah.
And it's exciting. And, you know, I got my little thing I keep our records on every year for all the individual kids, and as I update our individual dual records, I update my career dual total, and, you know, it's always just kind of private. Like, I just put it on there, and, you know, I had Coach Rouse when I had 100 dual wins, and he kept tabs on it, and he knew it. And so when they brought that out, it was even more special because, like, I don't know. I didn't know anybody was going to do anything. I didn't know anybody knew anything. Like, I didn't think 150 was, you know, to me, I was like, I don't need a celebration for 150 or whatever, but it means a lot.
It means a lot, Coach. That's a big deal, and you got to celebrate those things because that's a big deal, Coach. And congratulations. It's been a lot of hard work. You've had a lot of athletes come through your program. You've impacted a lot of lives. So congratulations to you and to your coaching staff. Well deserved, without a doubt. So
thank you.
Coach, what's next on the schedule? Where do you go from
Busy
here?
January.
You need to
In
take
about 24 hours. We're going to go to Atlantic on Saturday for the Roland Dyer tournament with the boys.
Yep.
And the girls are going to go to West Central Valley. Both those, I think we start at 10 a.m. So the girls will take off at 6 a.m. The boys will take off at 6:30, and we'll scrap at 10 a.m.
Okay.
We know those are both usually pretty good tournaments, so we're excited for it. And, you know, get another full day of wrestling.
Yeah. Are you where you would hope to be at this point, Coach? I mean, your team coming together and everybody, you know, working harder. I know it's always a process and you're always getting better, but are you where you thought you'd be at this point in the season?
Yeah, I mean.
And how do you ever know?
I don't know.
Sure?
It's hard to know because it's always it's
always
so unique to the needs of the team, and you hope that you address those needs. And, you know, I thought we had some good training training during Christmas break. I thought we addressed some technical things, and honestly, I'm excited to compete on Saturday. I'm excited to compete on Tuesday, but I'm also excited for next Wednesday when we get to go back to a practice room and work on some technique, because right now we're in that grind where we do pre-meet practice like every day, and we don't have as much time to teach.
Yep.
And so, it's fun, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge. You got to pull guys over and girls over after their matches a lot more and say, hey, we got to work on this right now because I can't wait till next week to teach it to you.
Right. Head coach of the Red Oak Tigers, Tegan Podliska. Coach Podliska, thanks for coming to visit with me. It's a pleasure. Love watching the program. Love watching what you're doing. So thanks for coming to visit with me. I sure appreciate it. Head coach Tegan Podliska. All right, very good. And our thanks to Coach Podliska for coming up. Be careful, Coach. Thank you. Eli, thoughts?
Yeah, I thought it was a great night overall, just from the wrestling aspect, and a lot of growth, especially just coming off a break. You have those little bit of lulls that happen, but at the same time too as well, you take the positives that you can see from tonight and the growth that you have, because trust me, there's still a lot of season left that's going to be happening here for all the teams that were here tonight, especially for the Red Oak Tigers. That was a great night overall.
Very good. Thanks, Eli, for your commentary. Sure appreciate it. Thanks to Mr. Lorenz for his commentary earlier in the evening as well. That's going to do it for us, and we will see you again next time.